in the stillness of the night, as the world outside your window quiets down, let's embark on a gentle journey back in time. Imagine a land where the days are dictated by the rising and setting sun, and life moves at a pace set by the seasons. Our story unfolds in a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and dense forests. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of dew-kissed grass and the distant aroma of wood smoke. Thatched cottages with wattle and daub walls line the narrow, winding paths, their small windows flickering with the soft glow of candlelight. Meet Thomas, a humble peasant who has known no other life than the one within this village. His hands are calloused from years of tilling the land, and his face bears the gentle lines etched by both toil and laughter. Thomas rises with the first light, the rooster's crow serving as his alarm. His days are filled with tending to the fields, caring for the animals, and ensuring his family has enough to eat. Beside him is his wife, Eliza, whose days are equally filled with tasks. From dawn till dusk, she weaves, cooks, and tends to their children, teaching them the ways of their world. Their lives, though simple, are rich with purpose and rhythm, each day a mirror of the last, yet holding its own unique moments. The village itself is a tapestry of interconnected lives. There's the blacksmith, whose forge is the heartbeat of the community, crafting tools and horseshoes with rhythmic precision. The baker, rising before the sun, fills the air with the comforting scent of fresh bread. Children play in the meadows, their laughter a melody that dances on the breeze. As the seasons change, so do the labors of the villagers. Spring brings the sowing of seeds, summer the tending of crops, autumn the harvest, and winter a time of rest and reflection. Festivals mark the passage of time, with simple celebrations that bring warmth to the coldest days. Yet, life is not without its challenges. Harsh winters test their resilience, and poor harvests teach them the value of community and sharing. But through it all, there's a steadfastness, a quiet strength that binds them together. As night falls, the village settles into a peaceful hush. The stars overhead shimmer like scattered grains of salt on a dark cloth, and the moon casts a gentle glow over the landscape. Inside their cottages, families gather around hearths, sharing stories passed down through generations, their voices soft and soothing. In this world, time slows, and the worries of the modern age fade away. The simplicity and predictability of life offer a comforting embrace, a reminder of the enduring human spirit. As you drift deeper into this tale, let the gentle rhythms of medieval village life lull you into restful sleep, carrying you through dreams woven with the threads of history and humanity. Thomas froze. He could feel Maud's hand grip his sleeve, her gnarled fingers trembling against the coarse fabric. The dark pressed in from all sides, thick and suffocating. No stars, no moon. Just black, heavy and unyielding. Somewhere in the trees, a twig snapped, sharp and deliberate. Thomas held his breath. Another crack. Closer. He reached blindly for Maud's arm. "Stay behind me," he whispered. "I told you we shouldn't come," she murmured back. With his free hand, Thomas reached into his cloak for the flint he kept. His fingers found it, but the striker was missing. Lost in the fall? Dropped? Then a sound stopped him cold, breathing. Not Maud's. Something else. Slow, wet, and unnatural. It sounded wrong, like air forced through broken pipes. Thomas turned toward the noise, eyes useless in the dark. His ears strained, trying to map the space. The breathing was to the left, or had it moved? His heart pounded like a hammer in his chest. And then, silence again. Not the peaceful kind. The kind that feels like it's waiting for something. Thomas pulled Maud back gently. They began to step away from the dug-up ground, inching backward, boots sinking into soft earth. One step, two, a rustle behind them, another, and then something brushed past his leg, fast and cold, like wind made of bone. Thomas didn't think. He turned, scooped Maud up despite her protests, and ran. His feet pounded the trail, tripping over roots and rocks, branches whipping his face. He didn't care. Whatever was in those woods didn't belong there, and it knew they had seen. Behind him, he heard it again, the hum. Low, rhythmic, but now faster. Closer. It wasn't chasing them. It was surrounding them. They burst from the trees into the clearing near Maud's cottage. The wind rushed to greet them like a blessing. Thomas dropped to his knees, gasping. Maud clutched her chest. The lantern sparked behind them. It lay on the grass, untouched, still full of oil, still warm, and it was lit. Inside Maud's home, the fire had gone out, but her herbs still hung like drying hands from the rafters. Thomas helped her to a stool, then slammed the door shut, bolting it. He lit the hearth and turned, panting. "What was that?" he asked. Maud shook her head. "I've heard tales before my time. My grandmother whispered about signs in the woods." Whispers. Symbols that weren't Christian. Things that came before us, before lords, before kings. Thomas swallowed hard. "You think it's back?" "I think it never left." A pause. "I also think the new lord isn't the only thing arriving this season." The next morning, the village was quiet again, but not the kind born of peace. It was the stillness that comes before storm. And Thomas knew now the levee wasn't their only problem. He returned home to find Eliza with red eyes. She'd sat awake most of the night, holding her children close, waiting for a knock that never came. "I heard something," she said softly, "in the trees." Thomas didn't explain. Not yet. What would he say? That there were old gods in the woods? That he felt them breathing? That Maud spoke of ancient things with the kind of fear not even death could touch. Instead, he kissed her forehead and said, "We'll be all right." But he wasn't sure he believed it. By midweek, the village reeve, a man named Wulfric, announced the levy names. He stood at the same old oak, parchment in hand, flanked by 2 soldiers from the lord's estate. Strangers in red cloaks, swords gleaming. The villagers gathered. Some prayed. Some glared. Wulfric cleared his throat. "The 5 chosen are." He paused, letting the silence press down like iron. "Edwin Halverson." A gasp. Edwin didn't move. His wife sobbed quietly. "Thomas Goodwin." A weight dropped in his gut. Eliza's hand found his. "Cuthbert Alder." A nod from the old Thatcher. "Alan the Younger." "No," came a scream from his mother. "And Matthew the Mill." 5 names. 5 lives. 5 men who would leave behind everything. That night, as Thomas packed a small bag, mostly bread, dried fish, and his father's old knife, Eliza sat by the door, watching. "Promise me," she said. "What?" "That you'll come back." "I will." "Promise, Thomas." "Don't lie." He hesitated. "I promise." She nodded once and turned away before he saw the tear fall. But he didn't leave the next morning, because the sun never rose. The entire village awoke to darkness, a deep red twilight that settled like smoke. Chickens refused to leave their coops. Cows lowed nervously. Birds were silent. And in the woods, where the trees met the earth, a figure stood. Watching. Waiting. The figure didn't move. At first, Thomas thought it might be a traveler. Maybe a monk who'd lost his way. But as the light stayed dim and the winds died completely, he realized something was wrong. Deeply wrong. The figure was too still. Too silent. Not a single sway from the wind touched its cloak. And then it was gone. Not like someone walking away, but like something fading, melting into the red-tinged mist curling low to the ground. Eliza stood behind Thomas at the door. She didn't speak. Her fingers were white around the edge of the wooden frame, gripping it hard enough to splinter. The children were still sleeping, or pretending to. "I'll speak with Maud," Thomas said, almost whispering. Eliza gave a single nod. He pulled his cloak tighter and stepped outside. The air was thick like walking through a soaked in blood. The soil felt damp beneath his boots, but it hadn't rained. Not for days. Every house he passed had its shutters drawn. No smoke rose from the chimneys. It was like the village had gone to sleep and decided never to wake again. When he reached Maud's hut, he noticed something strange. Her herbs had been torn down. They lay scattered in the dirt, stems snapped and flowers crushed. Her door hung open, swinging softly as though someone, or something, had just passed through. "Maud," he called. No answer. He stepped inside. The fire was cold. The table overturned. And near the hearth, etched in ash, was a symbol. a crooked spiral with jagged wings fanning out on either side. Thomas didn't know what it meant, but something inside him recoiled from it. He backed away slowly. Whatever had come the night had been here. Maud was gone. By midday, the darkness had lifted slightly. A murky gray replaced the red, casting everything in a dim twilight. The villagers gathered again, this time in whispers. Some spoke of an eclipse, others of punishment, but no one said the one word that hovered at the back of every mind. Curse. The reeve called off the march. For now, no one argued. Even the Lord's men seemed rattled, their swords sheathed, eyes darting toward the woods. That evening, Thomas sat by the fire with Eliza, silent. He watched the flames flicker, trying to focus only on their light. He wanted to believe it would pass, that tomorrow would bring sun and songs and the usual hunger. But he couldn't forget the sound, that breathing, that presence in the trees. The next day, a boy vanished. Alan the younger, one of the chosen for the levy. His mother was the first to scream. The second was when she found his boots, sitting neatly outside their door, still warm. Inside the house, the bed was made, the covers untouched. Thomas helped search with a few others, but no tracks led away from the cottage. No sign of struggle. It was like the boy had been lifted straight from the world, plucked like a thread from a loom. By dusk, everyone had returned. Faces were pale, tired, lost. The reeve tried to keep order, promising answers, promising action, but no one believed him. Not anymore. That night, Thomas dreamed of fire. Not the warm, kind. This fire roared through the trees, crackling and hungry. He stood in the middle of a blackened forest, ash falling around him like snow. Shapes moved in the fire, limbs too long, eyes too deep. And above it all, a voice. Not loud, not soft, just there. We were first, it said, before the plow, before the crown, before the name. He woke with a start, drenched in sweat. Outside, the trees were swaying, but there was no wind. 3 days passed. No sun, no Alan, no Maud. The fields began to die. Roots blackened, leaves turned dry and sharp. Even the animals seemed to sense something unnatural. Chickens refused to lay. Cows would not move. And the villagers began to whisper again. Of the old stories. Of the hollow path. Of what had lived here before the stones were ever laid. Wulfric, the reeve, called a meeting by the old oak. Thomas didn't want to go, but he did. We cannot wait, Wulfric said. His voice cracked. We must go to the castle. Speak to the Lord directly. Tell him what we've seen. And what will you say? Asked Cuthbert. That a shadow is hunting our sons? That the trees breathe and dream? Wulfric swallowed. That the woods are cursed. A silence fell. Then an old woman spoke, Agnes, the midwife. It is not a curse, she said. It is a return. This land was not always ours. We were guests, and we forgot to pay the rent. Thomas shivered. Someone muttered a prayer. Another spat on the ground. The next morning, Wulfric left for the Lord's estate with 2 others. He never came back. A riderless horse returned 3 days later. The saddle was clean. Too clean. More dreams came. The fire. The ash. The voice. And now Thomas saw faces in the flames, familiar ones. Edwin. Alan. Maud. Their eyes were gone. Just hollow blackness. He started carving the symbol he'd seen in Maud's hut into wood. Not to worship. To remember. To understand. It made no sense, but it calmed him. Sometimes that's all survival is. Doing the thing that doesn't make you break. Edwin left in the night. No one saw him go. But Thomas found his axe lying in the yard. The blade was bent backward, like it had been struck by something far harder than steel. They stopped naming the missing after that. It didn't feel right, too. The mist grew thicker. Villagers stayed indoors. Children stopped playing. Songs died in throats. And the woods began to whisper, not with words, with sounds, with rustling when there was no wind, with footsteps when no one was walking, with laughter, thin, hollow, broken. Thomas and Eliza didn't sleep anymore. They took turns holding the children, watching the door. Some nights, they swore they saw faces at the window, pale faces, watching, smiling, waiting. One morning, Thomas found a bundle on his doorstep, wrapped in rough cloth. He opened it slowly. Inside was a braid of hair. Maud's. and a single scrap of parchment, torn and singed at the edges. One word scratched in charcoal. Return. He didn't know what it meant, but he knew he couldn't stay. He gathered food, a lantern, his knife. He kissed Eliza softly, told the children stories of brave kings and clever foxes, and said he had to go find answers. She didn't cry. She just touched his hand and whispered, "Come back." He left at dusk. The trees were already moving again. The mist swallowed the path in seconds. But he kept walking. He had to know. What had they forgotten? What had they awakened? Far behind him, at the edge of the woods, a single lantern flickered in a window. Eliza's stood in its glow, arms wrapped around the children. And outside that same window, something was watching, waiting. Thomas stepped into the forest, the mist curling around his ankles like a living thing. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the sky. The path ahead was barely visible, a faint trail worn into the earth by generations of villagers who had long since stopped venturing this far. He moved cautiously, each step deliberate and measured. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. But even those sounds seemed muted, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. As he walked, Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Shadows danced at the edge of his vision, and more than once he turned abruptly, only to find nothing but trees and mist. He tried to focus on the path, on the mission that had brought him here, but his mind kept drifting back to the village, to Eliza and the children. After what felt like hours, he came upon a clearing. In the center stood a stone circle, ancient and weathered, covered in moss and lichen. The stones were arranged in a pattern that seemed both random and deliberate, as if they held some secret meaning lost to time. Thomas approached cautiously, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of danger. As he stepped into the circle, he felt a sudden chill, as if the air itself had grown colder. He shivered and pulled his cloak tighter around him. At the center of the circle lay a small, wooden box. It was unadorned, save for a single symbol carved into the lid, the same spiral with jagged wings he had seen in Maud's hut. His heart pounded as he reached out and lifted the lid. Inside was a piece of parchment, yellowed with age. He unfolded it carefully, revealing a map of the forest, with a path marked in red leading deeper into the woods. At the end of the path was a symbol, a circle with a line through it. Thomas studied the map, committing it to memory. He folded the parchment and placed it in his satchel, then turned to leave the clearing. As he stepped out of the stone circle, he felt a sudden warmth, as if the sun had broken through the clouds. He looked up, but the sky remained overcast. Shaking his head, he continued along the path marked on the map. The forest grew denser, the trees closer together, their branches forming a tunnel that blocked out the light. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. As he walked, he began to hear whispers, faint and indistinct, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. He paused, straining to listen, but the whispers ceased. He shook his head and pressed on, determined to reach the end of the path. After some time, he came upon a small, dilapidated cabin nestled among the trees. The roof was caved in, and the walls were covered in moss. He approached cautiously, peering through the broken windows. Inside, the cabin was empty, save for a single chair in the center of the room. Thomas stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath his feet. He examined the chair, noting the intricate carvings on its surface, symbols and patterns that matched those on the map in the box. He sat down, the wood cold and hard beneath him. As he sat, he felt a sudden dizziness, as if the world was spinning around him. He closed his eyes, trying to steady himself, and when he opened them again, he was no longer in the cabin. He stood in a vast, open field, the sky above a brilliant blue. In the distance, he could see a village, smoke rising from the chimneys. He began to walk toward it, the grass soft beneath his feet. As he approached, he realized that the village was his own, but different. The houses were newer, the streets bustling with activity. He saw familiar faces, younger and happier, going about their daily lives. He entered his own home, finding Eliza and the children seated at the table, laughing and talking. They looked up as he entered, their faces lighting up with joy. "Thomas!" Eliza exclaimed, rising to embrace him. "You're home." He held her tightly, savoring the warmth of her embrace. But as he looked around, he noticed something strange. The shadows in the room were wrong, stretching and twisting in unnatural ways. The laughter of the children grew distorted, echoing unnaturally. He pulled away, stepping back toward the door. The room began to darken, the walls closing in around him. He turned and fled, bursting out into the street, only to find the village empty and silent. The sky had turned a deep red, the sun a black disk in the sky. The houses were crumbling, their roofs caved in. He ran through the streets, calling out for Eliza and the children, but there was no response. As he reached the edge of the village, he saw a figure standing in the distance. It was tall and cloaked, its face hidden in shadow. It raised a hand, pointing toward the forest. Thomas turned and ran, the ground crumbling beneath his feet. He stumbled and fell, the world spinning around him. When he awoke, he was back in the cabin, seated in the chair. The room was dark, the air thick with dust. He stood, his legs unsteady, and stumbled out into the forest. The path was gone, the trees unfamiliar. He wandered aimlessly, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. He began to see figures in the trees, shadows that moved when he wasn't looking, eyes that watched from the darkness. He pressed on, driven by a need to return home, to find Eliza and the children. But the forest seemed endless, a maze of trees and shadows. Eventually, he came upon a river, its waters dark and still. He followed it, hoping it would lead him back to the village. As he walked, he saw reflections in the water, faces he recognized, twisted in pain and fear. He averted his gaze, focusing on the path ahead. The river led him to a waterfall, cascading into a deep pool. At the edge of the pool stood a figure, cloaked and hooded. Thomas approached cautiously, his heart pounding. The figure turned to face him, revealing a face that was both familiar and alien, his own, but older, worn by time and sorrow. "You have come far," the figure said, its voice a whisper. "But the journey is not yet over." Thomas stared, unable to speak. "The forest holds many secrets," the figure continued. "Some are best left undisturbed." "What do you mean?" Thomas asked, finding his voice. "You seek answers," the figure said. "But answers come at a price." Thomas nodded slowly. "I'm willing to pay it." The figure reached into its cloak, producing a small, ornate key. It handed it to Thomas, who took it with trembling hands. "This will open the door," the figure said. "But be warned, once opened, it cannot be closed." Thomas looked down at the key, its surface etched with the same symbols he had seen before. He looked up to ask another question, but the figure was gone. He stood alone by the pool, the key heavy in his hand. He knew what he had to do. He turned and made his way back into the forest, the path ahead uncertain, but his resolve unwavering. Thomas stood at the edge of the forest, the key heavy in his hand. The path before him was unfamiliar, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever lay ahead. As he stepped forward, the forest seemed to close in around him, the light dimming until it felt like twilight. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Every step he took was muffled, the ground soft beneath his feet. He followed the path marked on the map, the symbols etched into the trees guiding his way. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if the forest itself was speaking to him. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent, insistent. After what felt like hours, he came upon a clearing. In the center stood a stone archway, ancient and weathered, covered in moss and vines. The symbols from the map were carved into the stones, glowing faintly in the dim light. Thomas approached cautiously, the key clutched tightly in his hand. As he stepped through the archway, he felt a sudden rush of wind, and the world around him shifted. He found himself in a vast chamber, the walls lined with shelves filled with ancient tomes and artifacts. The air was still, heavy with the scent of old parchment and dust. At the far end of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a large, ornate book. He approached the pedestal, the key in his hand beginning to glow. As he placed the key into the lock on the book's cover, it clicked open, revealing pages filled with symbols and illustrations. As he read, the whispers in his mind grew louder, forming coherent thoughts. The book told of an ancient power that had once ruled the land, a force that had been sealed away by the ancestors to protect the world from its wrath. But the seal had weakened over time, and the power was beginning to stir once more. The forest, the disappearances, the dreams, they were all signs of its awakening. Thomas knew what he had to do. He had to find the source of the power and seal it away once more. He closed the book, the key still glowing in his hand, and turned to leave the chamber. As he stepped back through the archway, the forest greeted him with silence. The path ahead was clear, the symbols on the trees guiding him deeper into the woods. He walked for hours, the forest growing darker and more oppressive with each step. The whispers returned, louder and more urgent, warning him of the dangers ahead. Eventually, he came upon a cave, its entrance hidden behind a curtain of vines. The symbols on the trees pointed directly to it, and he knew this was the place. He pushed aside the vines and stepped into the darkness, the key in his hand lighting the way. The cave was damp and cold, the walls slick with moisture. The air was thick with the scent of decay. As he ventured deeper, he came upon a chamber, the walls covered in ancient carvings. In the center stood a stone altar, upon which rested a glowing orb, pulsing with a dark energy. Thomas approached cautiously, the key in his hand reacting to the orb's presence. As he reached out to touch it, the whispers in his mind screamed in protest. But he knew what he had to do. He placed the key into the orb, and a blinding light filled the chamber. The whispers ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant hum. When the light faded, the orb was gone, and the cave was silent. The oppressive weight in the air had lifted, and the forest outside was bathed in sunlight. Thomas emerged from the cave, the key now dull and lifeless in his hand. He had done it. The power had been sealed away once more. He made his way back to the village, the path now clear and unobstructed. As he approached, he saw the villagers gathered, their faces filled with relief and joy. Eliza ran to him, embracing him tightly. The children followed, their laughter filling the air. The darkness had passed, and the village was safe once more. But Thomas knew that the power was not gone forever. It was merely sleeping, waiting for the seal to weaken once more. And when that day came, someone would have to face it again. Thomas stood at the edge of the forest, the key heavy in his hand. The path before him was unfamiliar, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever lay ahead. As he stepped forward, the forest seemed to close in around him, the light dimming until it felt like twilight. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Every step he took was muffled, the ground soft beneath his feet. He followed the path marked on the map, the symbols etched into the trees guiding his way. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if the forest itself was speaking to him. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent, insistent. After what felt like hours, he came upon a clearing. In the center stood a stone archway, ancient and weathered, covered in moss and vines. The symbols from the map were carved into the stones, glowing faintly in the dim light. Thomas approached cautiously, the key clutched tightly in his hand. As he stepped through the archway, he felt a sudden rush of wind, and the world around him shifted. He found himself in a vast chamber, the walls lined with shelves filled with ancient tomes and artifacts. The air was still, heavy with the scent of old parchment and dust. At the far end of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a large, ornate book. He approached the pedestal, the key in his hand beginning to glow. As he placed the key into the lock on the book's cover, it clicked open, revealing pages filled with symbols and illustrations. As he read, the whispers in his mind grew louder, forming coherent thoughts. The book told of an ancient power that had once ruled the land, a force that had been sealed away by the ancestors to protect the world from its wrath. But the seal had weakened over time, and the power was beginning to stir once more. The forest, the disappearances, the dreams, they were all signs of its awakening. Thomas knew what he had to do. He had to find the source of the power and seal it away once more. He closed the book, the key still glowing in his hand, and turned to leave the chamber. As he stepped back through the archway, the forest greeted him with silence. The path ahead was clear, the symbols on the trees guiding him deeper into the woods. He walked for hours, the forest growing darker and more oppressive with each step. The whispers returned, louder and more urgent, warning him of the dangers ahead. Eventually, he came upon a cave, its entrance hidden behind a curtain of vines. The symbols on the trees pointed directly to it, and he knew this was the place. He pushed aside the vines and stepped into the darkness, the key in his hand lighting the way. The cave was damp and cold, the walls slick with moisture. The air was thick with the scent of decay. As he ventured deeper, he came upon a chamber, the walls covered in ancient carvings. In the center stood a stone altar, upon which rested a glowing orb, pulsing with a dark energy. Thomas approached cautiously, the key in his hand reacting to the orb's presence. As he reached out to touch it, the whispers in his mind screamed in protest. But he knew what he had to do. He placed the key into the orb, and a blinding light filled the chamber. The whispers ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant hum. When the light faded, the orb was gone, and the cave was silent. The oppressive weight in the air had lifted, and the forest outside was bathed in sunlight. Thomas emerged from the cave, the key now dull and lifeless in his hand. He had done it. The power had been sealed away once more. He made his way back to the village, the path now clear and unobstructed. As he approached, he saw the villagers gathered, their faces filled with relief and joy. Eliza ran to him, embracing him tightly. The children followed, their laughter filling the air. The darkness had passed, and the village was safe once more. But Thomas knew that the power was not gone forever. It was merely sleeping, waiting for the seal to weaken once more. And when that day came, someone would have to face it again. Days passed quietly in the village after Thomas returned, but the air still held a subtle tension, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. The villagers resumed their simple routines, tending fields, caring for animals, and sharing stories by the hearth. But Thomas could never quite relax. The weight of the secret power lingered in his thoughts, whispering reminders in the silence. Eliza noticed his distant gaze. "You seem troubled," she said softly one evening as they sat beside the fire. Thomas hesitated, then told her what he had discovered: the ancient power, the weakening seal, the responsibility he now bore. She listened carefully, her eyes steady and calm. "We face what comes together," she said, placing her hand over his. "You are not alone." Outside, the wind rustled the trees in a familiar but eerie rhythm. Shadows flickered at the edge of the village, and distant howls echoed from the forest steps. The villagers grew uneasy, sensing a restless presence even if they didn't understand its cause. One night, Thomas awoke to a faint glow seeping through the cracks of his window. He rose and stepped outside. The forest lay still beneath a silver moon, but the air shimmered with an unspoken warning. A figure emerged silently from the tree-line, a hooded stranger whose eyes gleamed like cold stars. "You have disturbed what should remain forgotten," the stranger said, voice low and steady. Thomas tightened his grip on the key hanging around his neck. "I only sought to protect my home." The stranger's gaze didn't waver. The past never stays buried. Soon, all will come to light. Before Thomas could reply, the figure melted back into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of frost that curled around the village like a chilling promise. Morning came with an unnatural stillness. Birds did not sing. The fields seemed quieter, the village holding its breath. And somewhere deep within the forest, the ancient power stirred once more, its true awakening yet to come. Thomas stood at the edge of the village, the weight of the future pressing down on him. The journey he began had only just revealed its first secret. What lay beyond would test his courage, and the very fate of all he loved. As the days slipped by, the villagers tried to return to normal life, but Thomas noticed changes no one else seemed to see. The once familiar forest now appeared strange and distant, as if watching them back. The birds were silent in the mornings, and the air carried a faint chill even under the warm sun. Farmers found their crops slower to grow, and animals behaved nervously, darting to and fro with no clear cause. Even the children's laughter held an edge of unease, as though they felt something hidden lurking just beyond sight. Thomas spent long hours at the edge of the woods, staring into the shadows where the trees crowded together like silent sentinels. He touched the old key resting against his chest and wondered if the ancient power he had sealed away was truly dormant, or if it had merely been waiting, biding its time. One afternoon, Eliza joined him, carrying a basket of freshly baked bread. "You've been gone from the village's heart too long," she teased gently. "The people need you." He smiled but said nothing. His thoughts wandered to the strange figure who had appeared the night he returned, the one who warned him that the past never stays buried. What did they mean? Was this just the beginning of something much larger? Suddenly, a distant sound broke the stillness. A low, rumbling growl echoed from the forest depths. The hairs on Thomas's neck stood up. The villagers had told stories of strange beasts and restless spirits that roamed the woods long ago, tales meant to frighten children, but now they felt all too real. Eliza reached out and squeezed his hand. "We face it together," she whispered, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. As twilight fell, the village gathered in the square, sharing stories and songs to keep the darkness at bay. But Thomas could see the worry etched on their faces, their eyes flicking to the tree line as if expecting something to emerge. Night came like a curtain, and with it, the whispers returned, soft, urgent voices weaving through the leaves, calling out to those who dared to listen. Thomas lay awake, the key warm against his skin, the weight of responsibility heavier than ever. Outside, the shadows lengthened, and the ancient power stirred again, its presence a quiet threat lingering just beyond the edge of sleep. The next morning dawned misty and soft, the village wrapped in a quiet fog that blurred the edges of fields and houses. Thomas walked slowly through the streets, nodding to neighbors who moved with a cautious air. Everyone seemed to carry a secret worry, though no one spoke it aloud. He made his way toward the old chapel on the hill, a place many had forgotten in recent years. The building was weathered, its stone walls cracked and softened by time, but it held a strange comfort. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of candle wax and ancient wood. Thomas knelt at the altar, tracing his fingers over the carved symbols that matched those in the ancient book he had found. The words in the tome spoke of protection, of barriers woven not just from stone but from faith and will. He wondered if these old traditions might hold the key to truly safeguarding the village, not just from physical dangers, but from the unseen forces that had begun to stir in the shadows. Outside, the soft chime of the bell marked the hour, but also seemed to echo deeper, like a call to remember something long forgotten. As Thomas left the chapel, he noticed Eliza waiting near the path, her eyes thoughtful. "There are more pieces to this puzzle," she said quietly. "We can't face it with courage alone. We need knowledge." Together, they resolved to seek out the village elder, a woman named Agnes who lived in a cottage by the river. Agnes was known for her wisdom and stories that spanned generations, stories of old magic, lost battles, and a fragile line between safety and peril. Their footsteps were soft on the damp earth as they walked through the village toward Agnes's home, the mist swirling around them like a gentle cloak. Inside the cozy cottage, the fire crackled warmly, casting flickering shadows on walls lined with herbs, scrolls, and worn leather books. Agnes looked up as they entered, her eyes sharp but kind. "You've returned," she said, a knowing smile touching her lips. "And the forest calls once more." Thomas nodded, telling her what he had learned, the seal, the power, the strange warnings. Agnes listened carefully, then reached for an old, faded map spread across the table. "This land holds many secrets," she said. "Some dark, some protective. But the balance is delicate. You must be prepared." She handed Thomas a small, carved amulet. "This will help you see what hides beneath the surface." Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying promises of trials ahead. Thomas felt the weight of destiny settle deeper into his bones. As night fell again, the village slept uneasily, unaware of the ancient forces stirring beneath their feet and the choices that would soon decide their fate. The amulet felt cool and smooth in Thomas's palm, its carved patterns faint but comforting. As the firelight danced around the room, Agnes's words echoed in his mind. The balance was delicate, and the forest call was growing stronger. Outside, the mist thickened, wrapping the village in a soft, ghostly blanket that blurred shapes and softened sounds. The next morning, Thomas awoke before dawn. The village lay silent beneath a pale sky, and the air was heavy with a quiet anticipation. He fastened the amulet around his neck, feeling its subtle weight settle against his chest. It was a reminder of the power at stake and the protection he now needed to find. Eliza met him at the edge of the village, her face calm but serious. "We must be careful," she said softly. "The woods have changed. The creatures that live there are restless." Together, they ventured toward the forest's edge, where the trees stood tall and close, their branches weaving a dark canopy overhead. The sunlight filtered through in shards, casting shifting patterns on the ground. With every step, Thomas felt the amulet pulse faintly against his skin, as if responding to the unseen energy around them. The deeper they walked, the more the forest seemed alive, not just with birds and animals, but with something older, something watching. Leaves rustled without wind, shadows flickered just beyond sight, and the path beneath their feet seemed to shift as though guiding them somewhere hidden. After hours of careful travel, they reached a clearing where the air felt thick with power. At its center stood an ancient stone circle, weathered by centuries but still pulsing with a strange energy. Thomas stepped forward, the amulet growing warmer. He reached out and touched one of the stones, and suddenly a low hum filled the air. Images flashed behind his eyes. Visions of the village long ago, battles fought to protect the land, rituals performed beneath the stars. The stones held memories, and the forest's secrets were tied to them. Eliza watched silently, understanding the weight of what Thomas was experiencing. "This is only the beginning," she said. "The power here is strong, but so is the danger." As twilight deepened, they made their way back, the forest's whispers following them like a soft chant. The village awaited, unaware of the awakening beneath their feet. That night, Thomas lay awake, the amulet warm against his skin. Outside, the wind carried a new sound. Faint footsteps on the path, distant voices, and a promise that the story was far from over. The village was wrapped in a soft, uneasy silence as dawn broke. Thomas sat by the fire, the amulet resting heavy against his chest, its warmth a quiet reminder of the power they had uncovered. Outside, the first birds began their songs, but even their melodies felt hesitant, as if unsure of what the day might bring. Eliza joined him, carrying a basket of herbs and roots gathered from the edge of the forest. "We should prepare," she said quietly. "Whatever is stirring in the woods won't wait." Together, they visited the village elder again, Agnes, who was already busy mixing potions and lighting candles in her small cottage. Her eyes held a spark of determination. "The balance has shifted," she said. "Darkness and light are entwined more closely than ever." She handed them a bundle of dried herbs tied with twine. "These will protect you on your journey. But remember, the greatest strength comes from within." As Thomas and Eliza stepped out into the crisp morning air, the village seemed to hold its breath. Children played quietly near the well. Elders watched from doorways, and the fields awaited the sun's full warmth. Yet beneath the calm, something restless stirred. The path back to the forest was narrow and winding. The trees whispered secrets as the wind passed through their leaves, and the amulet around Thomas's neck seemed to pulse with a gentle rhythm, like a heartbeat in tune with the land itself. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker and more mysterious. Strange shapes flickered at the edge of vision, glimmers of light, shadows that moved without sound. Thomas felt the weight of unseen eyes watching them, ancient and patient. Suddenly, a soft voice called from the shadows, a woman's voice, singing a haunting melody that seemed both beautiful and sorrowful. Thomas and Eliza paused, listening as the song wrapped around them like a gentle fog. "Who's there?" Thomas asked softly, stepping forward. But the voice faded, leaving only the rustle of leaves and the steady beating of his own heart. The forest held its secrets close, promising revelations, but keeping its true face just out of reach. Thomas knew the path ahead was uncertain, and the story was only beginning to unfold. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and orange as Thomas and Eliza made their way back toward the village. The forest around them seemed to sigh, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. The haunting melody from earlier lingered faintly in Thomas's mind, a reminder that the woods were alive with stories waiting to be told. When they reached the village square, a few lanterns flickered to life, casting warm pools of light on the cobblestones. People gathered quietly, sharing simple meals and hushed conversations. The normal rhythms of medieval life continued, but beneath it all, a thread of unease wove through the air. Thomas glanced at Eliza. "Do you think we're ready for what's coming?" She smiled softly, her eyes steady. "We don't have a choice. The village depends on us." That night, Thomas lay awake, the amulet resting against his skin, its warmth pulsing like a gentle heartbeat. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying faint echoes of the song, a song that promised secrets and shadows, hope and danger. Sleep finally came, but his dreams were filled with flickering images, ancient rituals beneath star-filled skies, silent figures moving through misty woods, and a dark shape waiting just beyond the edge of sight. Morning would bring new challenges, new discoveries, and the slow unfolding of a story as old as the land itself. But for now, the village slept, held in the quiet embrace of night, and the ancient power watched and waited. The morning mist settled softly over the village, like a thin veil drawn quietly across the rolling fields and winding paths. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers. From the small wooden cottages, faint sounds began to stir, quiet footsteps, the low murmur of waking voices, and the gentle clatter of pots and pans. This was a world far removed from the rush and noise of modern life, a world where time moved slowly, and each day unfolded with careful rhythm. Here, in the heart of medieval England, survival wasn't guaranteed. It depended on knowledge passed down through generations, on skill and patience, and on a deep respect for the land and the seasons. The people who lived here were simple folk, farmers and craftsmen mostly, but their lives were anything but simple. Every moment was a lesson in endurance, and every day held the challenge of living with nature, not against it. Our story begins with a man named Thomas. He was a blacksmith's apprentice, strong and steady, with hands hardened by the hammer and anvil, but gentle enough to mend a child's broken toy or a weary traveler's worn shoes. Thomas knew the forest paths like the back of his hand, the secret clearings where wild herbs grew, and the hidden springs that never dried. But lately, something had unsettled him, an unease he couldn't quite explain. The village had seen difficult times before, harsh winters, poor harvests, and the ever-present threat of disease. But there was a new tension now, something that whispered in the rustling leaves and lingered in the shadows at dusk. The older villagers spoke quietly of changes, of the forest growing restless, of strange sightings at the edges of the fields. Thomas, practical and unshaken by stories, tried to focus on his work. But the feeling wouldn't go away. One evening, As the sun dipped behind the hills and painted the sky with soft oranges and purples, Thomas sat by the forge, the heat warming his face as he shaped a horseshoe. Eliza, the healer's daughter, brought him a bowl of broth, her eyes reflecting the fading light. "The forest feels different," she said softly. "The animals are uneasy, and even the birds are silent at times." Thomas nodded slowly, thinking of the scattered footprints he had found near the old oak tree, a path that seemed fresh, but unlike any known to the villagers. "We'll keep watch," he promised. "No harm will come to the village while I'm here." Eliza smiled, but her worry didn't fade. Together, they decided to learn more about the forest's secrets, to uncover what had disturbed the balance of their quiet world. Their first stop was the village elder, Agnes, a woman who carried the wisdom of decades in her eyes and the scent of herbs in her hair. Agnes lived in a small cottage by the river, surrounded by bundles of dried plants and worn scrolls. She welcomed them with a knowing smile, as if she had been expecting their visit. "The forest is old," Agnes said, her voice calm but serious. "Older than the stones beneath our feet, older than the village itself. It remembers things we have forgotten. And sometimes, when the balance is upset, it speaks again." She showed them an ancient map, faded and delicate, marked with symbols that hinted at places of power, sacred springs, stone circles, and hidden groves. "These places hold the energy of the land," she explained. "They protect us, but only if we honor them." Thomas and Eliza listened closely, their minds turning over the stories and warnings. It became clear that the strange happenings were no accident. The forest's restlessness was a message, and they would need all their courage and knowledge to understand it. That night, as the village settled in a quiet sleep, Thomas lay awake, the weight of responsibility pressing gently on his chest. Outside, the wind carried the distant sound of a flute, a haunting melody that seemed to rise from the heart of the forest itself. It was a song of old, a lullaby woven from shadows and light. The dawn would bring new challenges, new discoveries, and the slow unfolding of a story as old as the earth beneath their feet. But for now, the village slept, wrapped in a calm that felt both fragile and profound. The morning sun filtered softly through the narrow windows of Thomas's small room. He stretched quietly, careful not to wake the others, and pulled on his rough-spun tunic. Outside, the village was stirring, but the usual sounds seemed muted, as if the earth itself held its breath. Thomas stepped out into the crisp air, the scent of damp grass and wood smoke wrapping around him like a familiar blanket. At the village square, a few early risers gathered around the well, exchanging quiet greetings and glances filled with unspoken concern. The ancient rhythms of daily life continued, but beneath it lay the tension Thomas had felt growing stronger. He made his way to the blacksmith's forge, where the steady beat of hammer on metal rang out like a heartbeat. His master, old Gareth, was already at work, shaping a blade with careful precision. "Morning, Thomas," Gareth said without looking up. "The forest talks tonight, did not?" Thomas nodded slowly. The song came again, soft and sad, like a warning. Gareth wiped his brow and set down his tools. "The woods have stories that reach back beyond memory. Some say the spirits of the land watch over us. Others say they judge us. Either way, we listen." Together, they worked in companionable silence, the sparks flying from the anvil a brief, bright contrast to the shadows gathering beyond the village edge. Later, Thomas met Eliza at the herb garden, where she carefully tended to rows of plants that promised healing and comfort. Her fingers brushed the leaves as she spoke, her voice low and steady. "We must gather more knowledge. Agnes's stories hint at something ancient waking up. The villagers will need protection, not just from the forest, but from what might come with it." Thomas looked toward the dark line of trees that marked the forest boundary, where light and shadow played in endless dance. "Then we must be ready," he said. "The land will test us all." As the day wore on, they prepared quietly, gathering herbs and tools, and speaking in hushed tones to the villagers who trusted them. The balance between daily survival and the mysterious threat beyond the trees weighed on everyone's minds, but life pressed forward. Evening arrived wrapped in a gentle hush. Thomas and Eliza walked once more to the ancient stone circle deep in the forest, the amulet warm against Thomas's chest. The air here felt charged, alive with whispers from the past. They knelt by the stones, tracing the worn carvings with reverent hands. Suddenly, a chill ran through the clearing as the wind shifted. The haunting melody returned, weaving through the trees like a gentle call. Thomas's heart quickened, not with fear, but with a deep knowing that this was just the beginning. They rose slowly, eyes searching the shadows, and began the walk home under a sky heavy with stars. The night wrapped the village in a soft, velvety darkness, broken only by the flicker of candlelight in windows and the occasional hoot of an owl from the nearby woods. Thomas lay on his straw-filled mattress, listening to the steady rhythm of his own breathing, trying to quiet the thoughts that danced at the edges of his mind. Outside, the forest seemed to breathe with its own life. The leaves whispered secrets to one another, and the cool air carried faint echoes of that haunting melody, the song Thomas and Eliza had heard near the stone circle. It was a tune that felt older than time itself, a reminder of things forgotten and mysteries waiting to be uncovered. In the morning, Thomas and Eliza planned to visit the river's edge, where the village gathered water and where Agnes had said the land's magic was strongest. The journey was short, but even the familiar path seemed touched by something new, something just beyond understanding. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft shades of lavender and gold, Thomas rose and dressed slowly. He found Eliza already waiting outside, her face calm but resolute. Together, they moved quietly through the waking village, nodding to neighbors and friends who greeted them with gentle smiles. At the river, the water flowed clear and cool, reflecting the colors of the sky. Agnes was already there, kneeling by the bank and placing small offerings of herbs and wildflowers into the gentle current. "The river carries blessings," she said softly when they approached. "It is a living thread that connects us all." Thomas dipped his hands into the water, feeling its chill seep into his skin. The moment was peaceful, but the undercurrent of urgency lingered. The land, the water, the forest, they were all part of a delicate balance that was shifting. Eliza handed Thomas a small pouch of dried lavender and rosemary. "Keep this with you," she said. "It will calm your spirit when the night grows long." As they prepared to return, a sudden rustle in the reeds caught their attention. A small figure emerged, a boy no older than 10, with eyes that shone bright and knowing. He looked at them without fear, his presence somehow both comforting and strange. "Who are you?" Thomas asked gently. The boy smiled faintly, but said nothing, only pointing toward the forest. Then, with a quick step, he disappeared among the trees, leaving only the softest trace of laughter behind. Thomas and Eliza exchanged a glance, the question hanging between them like mist. The forest was full of secrets, and it seemed it was beginning to share them, but only on its own terms. The early morning light crept softly across the thatched rooftops of the village, its gentle touch coaxing the world awake. A faint mist still lingered in the low fields, wrapping the land in a quiet embrace. The village of Eldenbrook, tucked away from the clamor of kingdoms and castles, had long been a place where time seemed to slow down. It was a world made of simple routines and ancient rhythms, where survival was woven into the very fabric of daily life. Thomas, a young apprentice to the village blacksmith, rose before dawn, as he had done every day for years. His room, small and modest, smelled faintly of soot and pinewood smoke. He dressed in rough woolen clothes, their texture coarse but comforting in their familiarity. Outside, the sounds of the village began to stir. Hens clucking softly, the creak of cartwheels on dirt roads, and the distant murmur of the river as it wound its way past fields and forests. Thomas stepped outside, the cool air brushing against his skin and carrying the scent of damp earth and fresh herbs. The village was still mostly silent, save for a few early risers tending to their chores. The sun was just beginning to peak above the horizon, casting a pale gold light that touched the tops of the trees like a promise. Eldenbrook's survival depended on the land and the wisdom of its people. Farming, hunting, gathering, and craft all were essential parts of life. The village had weathered many seasons, some harsh and unforgiving, others more generous. But through it all, the people held fast to traditions, stories, and skills passed down through generations. Thomas made his way to the forge, where his master, Gareth, was already at work. The blacksmith's cottage sat near the edge of the village, smoke curling steadily from its stone chimney. Inside, the forge glowed orange, and the rhythmic pounding of hammer on metal filled the air with a steady, comforting pulse. "Morning, Thomas," Gareth said without looking up. His hands moved expertly, shaping a piece of iron into a horseshoe. "The forest feels restless today." Thomas nodded, settling onto a worn stool. "I heard the birds quiet this morning. It feels like the land itself is holding its breath." Gareth paused, wiping sweat from his brow. Sometimes the earth speaks in whispers, and only those who listen can hear its warnings." Their conversation was low and calm, like the steady flicker of the forge's fire. Thomas's thoughts drifted to the strange happenings that had unsettled the village in recent days. The sudden disappearance of livestock, the mysterious footprints near the old oak tree, and the haunting melody that seemed to rise from the forest at twilight. After a morning of work, Thomas met Eliza near the herb garden. The healer's daughter was tending to rows of plants, lavender, rosemary, chamomile, all carefully nurtured for their soothing properties. Her gentle hands moved with practiced care, and her voice was soft as she explained the uses of each herb. "The forest's unrest affects more than just the animals," she said. "Even the plants seem uneasy. Some of the herbs don't grow as well, and others have strange spots on their leaves." Thomas looked over the garden thoughtfully. "What can we do?" Eliza smiled faintly. "We prepare. We learn. We stay connected to the land and each other. That's how we survive." The village elders had long warned of the delicate balance between people and nature, a balance that could be easily disturbed by careless actions or unseen forces. It was a truth Thomas was beginning to understand deeply. That evening, Thomas and Eliza walked to the ancient stone circle hidden deep in the forest. The stones were weathered and worn, their surfaces etched with symbols faded by time. This place was sacred, a reminder of the old ways and the land's enduring power. As they knelt among the stones, the cool earth beneath their fingers seemed to hum with energy. A soft wind stirred the leaves, and the haunting melody returned, a song woven from shadows and light, old as the forest itself. Thomas held the amulet his mother had given him, feeling its warmth pulse gently against his skin. It was said to protect those who carried it, a talisman of hope and strength. Suddenly, the wind shifted, and a shadow flickered at the edge of the clearing. Both Thomas and Eliza looked up, hearts quickening. The figure was gone before they could see clearly, but the presence lingered, a reminder that the forest was watching, waiting. They rose slowly, eyes scanning the trees, then began their walk home beneath a sky dusted with stars. The village slept, but the land held its secrets close, whispering promises and warnings in the night air. The village woke slowly the next day, wrapped in the soft glow of dawn. The sky was pale and stretched wide, the air still cool with a lingering touch of night. Thomas moved through the narrow dirt lanes with a quiet sense of purpose, his thoughts heavy with the strange events that had begun to stir unrest in Eldenbrook. The peaceful routine of the village felt fragile now, as if the very earth beneath their feet was beginning to shift in ways no one fully understood. The villagers went about their morning chores with familiar motions, tending to livestock, fetching water from the well, sweeping the porches of their homes. But their faces held a mix of curiosity and unease. Whispers passed from neighbor to neighbor about missing sheep, unusual noises heard after dark, and the forest's eerie silence during the day. Everyone knew the woods well, yet recently it felt like a place that was watching back, alive with secrets and shadows. Thomas found his way to the village square, where a small group had gathered. Old Agnes, the healer and keeper of stories, was speaking in her calm, steady voice. Her hands moved gently as she spoke, weaving words that carried both warning and comfort. "The land remembers," she said softly. "The trees, the soil, the water, all hold memories older than any of us. Sometimes those memories stir, and the old stories come to life again. We must listen carefully, for the signs are subtle but clear." Thomas nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle inside him. Agnes's stories were often slow and patient, but they carried a depth that made the simple village life feel connected to something vast and enduring. She had always taught him that survival wasn't just about tending crops or building walls. It was about understanding the land and respecting its rhythms. Later, Thomas returned to the forge. Gareth was finishing a set of iron tools, his hands steady despite the weariness in his eyes. The blacksmith's work was hard and necessary, shaping the metal that kept the village running. Yet today, even Gareth seemed caught in the quiet tension. "There's talk of wolves moving closer to the edge of the forest," Gareth said, setting down his hammer. "Not just the usual packs, but something different, bigger, smarter, something that hasn't been seen in these parts for many years." Thomas frowned, thinking of the dark stories his grandfather once told, tales of creatures that roamed the forest, neither fully wild nor fully of this world. Those stories had always felt like old folk tales, meant to frighten children. But now, they seemed more real, more urgent. "I'll keep watch tonight," Thomas said without hesitation. He felt a growing need to protect the village, even if it meant facing the unknown. In the afternoon, Thomas met with Eliza again by the herb garden. She was gathering sprigs of sage and thyme, their fragrant leaves brushing softly against her fingers. "We should prepare remedies," she said quietly. "If the forest's unrest brings sickness or fear, we'll need to be ready to heal more than just wounds." Thomas watched her carefully. Eliza's calm was a steadying force in the village, a reminder that even in uncertain times, care and knowledge could make a difference. "Do you think the forest is angry?" he asked. Eliza paused, considering. "Maybe not angry. Maybe it's warning us, trying to tell us something we've forgotten." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden cry from the edge of the village. Thomas and Eliza rushed toward the sound, finding a group gathered near the large oak tree where strange footprints had been spotted days before. A young shepherd pointed to the ground, voice trembling. "These tracks appeared overnight," he said, "and I heard a song, like the one near the stone circle." The villagers leaned in, peering at the prints pressed deep into the soft earth. They were unlike any animal Thomas had seen, too large and oddly shaped, with marks that seemed almost deliberate, like a message. The day faded into evening, and Thomas prepared for his watch. The village settled into a quiet hush, the warm glow of fires flickering behind windows. He took his place near the forest's edge, eyes scanning the shadows where trees stood tall and silent. As darkness deepened, the haunting melody rose again, carried on the cool night air. Thomas felt the amulet at his chest grow warm, a steady pulse like a heartbeat in the stillness. The song was both beautiful and unsettling, a thread that pulled him closer to the mystery lurking beyond the trees. Suddenly, movement caught his eye, a flicker of shadow slipping between trunks. He held his breath, heart pounding softly, as the figure paused just out of clear sight. It was the boy from the riverbank, his eyes shining with quiet knowing. The boy raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, then pointed deeper into the forest. Thomas hesitated, the pull of curiosity strong but tempered by caution. Whatever secrets the woods held, they were not ready to be fully revealed. The boy vanished into the darkness, leaving Thomas alone with the melody and the cold night air. The forest watched and waited, its ancient stories unfolding one quiet step at a time. Thomas knew that the days ahead would test the village in ways they had never imagined. The balance between survival and the unknown was fragile, and the answers lay just beyond the edge of light, where shadows whispered and the land held its breath. The next morning dawned with a quiet stillness that felt heavier than before. The usual sounds of roosters crowing and children laughing seemed muted, as if the village itself was holding its breath. Thomas stepped outside his small home, the cold air settling on his skin like a gentle warning. He noticed the older villagers gathered near the well, their faces drawn tight with worry and whispered conversations that quickly stopped as he approached. Among them was old Marcus, the village carpenter, whose hands were known for crafting sturdy doors and strong beams, but today trembled slightly as he spoke. "The forest is restless," Marcus said, his voice low. "I've seen smoke in the distance beyond the eastern ridge, but no one from the neighboring village will speak of it." Thomas felt a knot tighten in his chest. Smoke meant fire, and fire so close to the woods was dangerous. Could mean destruction of the fragile balance Eldenbrook relied on. Without trees and clean water, the village's survival would be at risk. As Thomas made his way toward the fields, he passed women gathering water and men tending to their plows. Their eyes met his, sharing a silent understanding that something was amiss. Survival in medieval times was never easy, but lately it felt like the very ground beneath them was shifting. Eliza met him by the herb garden, her face pale but steady. "The herbs are wilting," she said softly, touching the drooping leaves. "Even the chamomile, which usually thrives this time of year." Thomas reached out to brush his fingers against the soil. It felt dry and cracked in places, strange for early morning when dew usually softened the earth. "Is it the heat from the fires?" he asked. "Perhaps," Eliza replied. "Or maybe the forest spirit is disturbed. When the land is unhappy, it shows in its plants." Their conversation was cut short by the sudden arrival of Gareth, who looked unusually flushed and breathless. "Thomas," he said urgently, "there's word that a stranger has been seen near the old mill. No one knows who he is, but he carries a heavy cloak and moves like he's hiding from someone, or something." The mention of a stranger unsettled Thomas. The village rarely saw outsiders, and when they did, it was often newsworthy. A mysterious figure at a time, when the forest and village were uneasy, only added to the growing tension. Together, Thomas, Eliza, and Gareth made their way to the old mill, a worn-down building on the edge of the village where grain was once ground into flour. The structure creaked softly in the breeze, shadows playing across its weathered wood. As they approached, the stranger stepped out from behind a stack of sacks. His eyes were sharp and dark, his face shadowed beneath the hood of his cloak. He spoke quietly, but with urgency. "You don't understand what's coming," he said. "The forest is waking, and the balance you've known is breaking." Thomas exchanged a glance with Eliza and Gareth. The words sent a shiver through the air, as if the stranger had named the very fear that none dared voice. "Who are you?" Gareth asked, stepping forward. "My name is Caleb," the man replied. "I've traveled far, tracking signs of change across the land. You must prepare. There are forces at work that threaten more than just your village. The survival of all depends on what you do next." The weight of Caleb's words settled over them like a fog. The mystery deepened, the peaceful rhythms of Eldenbrook now shadowed by an unseen threat. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the fields, Thomas felt the pull of destiny drawing him toward a path he could not yet see clearly. He glanced once more toward the forest's edge, where dark trees whispered secrets only the brave dared to uncover. The story of survival was no longer just about tending crops or crafting tools. It was about facing the unknown, with all its dangers and hidden truths. And the night held its breath, waiting to reveal what the dawn would bring. The evening settled over Eldenbrook like a soft, dark blanket, muffling sounds and deepening shadows. Thomas stood by the hearth in his small cottage, the flickering firelight casting dancing shapes on the walls. Outside, the village was quiet, but inside his mind, a storm of thoughts churned. Caleb's words echoed in his ears. "The forest is waking," he had said. Thomas wasn't sure what to make of it. He had always known the forest was alive in its own way, full of bird song, rustling leaves, and the occasional howl of wolves. But waking? As if it had been sleeping? The idea unsettled him more than he wanted to admit. Eliza was already asleep in the next room, her breathing steady and calm. She had been tending to the herbs all day, trying to find remedies for the strange ailments creeping through the village. Thomas admired her quiet strength, how she faced the unknown without panic. It was a comfort amid the growing uncertainty. The fire's warmth reminded him of simpler days, the days when survival meant little more than hard work and a little luck. Now, survival seemed tied to secrets hidden deep in the dark woods, to ancient stories and strange strangers. The balance of life in Eldenbrook was shifting, and no one knew exactly why or how. Suddenly, a soft tapping came at the window. Thomas froze, heart quickening. He approached slowly, peering out into the night. The moon hung low, silver and full, illuminating the gnarled branches that framed the cottage. A figure stood outside, cloaked and hooded, just as Caleb had been earlier. Thomas opened the window cautiously. The figure stepped forward, revealing the boy with shining eyes, the same boy he had seen near the riverbank days before. "Thomas," the boy whispered, voice barely more than a breath, "the forest song is growing stronger. You must listen, for soon the night will hold more than shadows." Thomas's mind raced. Who was this boy? Why did he know so much? And what did he mean by "the night will hold more than shadows"? Before Thomas could ask, the boy slipped a small, carved token into his hand, a simple wooden charm, worn smooth by time. "This will guide you," the boy said, then vanished into the darkness as silently as he had appeared. Thomas stared at the token, feeling its strange warmth seep into his palm. The village's future felt tied to this mysterious boy, to the forest's secrets, and to a path that Thomas was only beginning to understand. As the fire crackled low, Thomas knew sleep would not come easily. The story of survival was far from over. It was only just beginning, and the forest's true nature remained a mystery waiting to unfold. Thomas held the small wooden token tightly in his hand as he stood by the window. Outside, the moon cast a silver glow over the village, illuminating the uneven rooftops and the winding dirt paths that led toward the dense forest. The boy's sudden appearance, his whispered words, and the strange warmth of the charm stirred something deep within Thomas. A mixture of curiosity, unease, and a growing sense of responsibility. He glanced back at the quiet cottage where Eliza slept. Her calm presence had been a steady anchor throughout the strange days. But Thomas knew the coming nights would bring challenges neither of them could face alone. Survival in Eldenbrook was no longer just about planting crops, tending animals, or repairing homes. It was about understanding something older, something hidden beneath the everyday life of the village. The token's smooth surface bore simple carvings, lines and circles that reminded Thomas of the ancient stone circles near the village, places whispered about in old tales but rarely visited. He wondered if the token was a key to those stories, a sign that the old legends held truths long forgotten. That night, sleep was elusive. Thomas lay awake, listening to the sounds of the forest beyond the village edge, the soft rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle sigh of the wind through branches. But beneath those familiar sounds, there was something else, a faint melody, a haunting song that seemed to weave through the trees, just as Caleb and the boy had said. By dawn, Thomas felt the pull of that song stronger than ever. He knew he had to follow it. As the first light painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, Thomas stepped outside and made his way toward the forest. The village was just beginning to stir. Smoke rose from chimneys, roosters crowed, and the low murmur of voices drifted through the cool morning air. But Thomas moved with quiet purpose, his eyes fixed on the dark line of trees that bordered Eldenbrook. The forest had always been a place of mystery and danger. Its ancient trees stood tall and silent, their roots tangled deep in the earth like veins carrying the lifeblood of the land. Villagers told stories of travelers lost among its shadows, of strange creatures glimpsed between the trunks, and of a magic that lingered in the air. But few dared to enter beyond the well-worn paths. Thomas carried the token in his hand and the resolve in his heart to uncover whatever secrets the forest was trying to reveal. As he crossed the village boundary, the melody grew clearer, a soft, rhythmic chant, almost like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches reaching out like fingers. Walking slowly, Thomas passed the stone circle nestled within the forest's edge. The stones were worn and moss-covered, arranged in a ring that had stood for centuries. He paused, touching the rough surface of one stone, feeling a pulse beneath his fingertips, a heartbeat of the past. The air grew cooler as he moved deeper into the forest. Light filtered through the canopy in shifting patterns, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The scent of pine, earth, and wildflowers filled his senses, mingling with the faint, sweet fragrance of the herbs Eliza tended back in the village. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush caught his attention. Thomas stopped, his breath held tight. From the shadows emerged a figure, a woman draped in simple robes, her eyes bright and calm like Eliza's but touched with an otherworldly wisdom. "You've come," she said softly. "The forest has chosen you, Thomas." He nodded slowly, unable to speak. The woman's presence felt both comforting and strange, as if she belonged to the woods themselves. "My name is Isolde," she continued. "I am the forest's keeper, a guardian of its ancient secrets. For generations, our people have lived in harmony with the land, listening to its song and respecting its power. But now, something threatens that balance." Thomas felt the weight of her words sink deep. "What is happening? What should we do?" Isolde's gaze was steady. "The fires beyond the ridge are a sign. The forest spirit is disturbed, and the creatures that dwell here grow restless. You hold the token because it connects you to the old ways, to the knowledge lost by many. You must help us restore the balance before it's too late." As she spoke, Thomas realized that the survival of Eldenbrook was tied not only to the hard work of farming and crafting, but to understanding the land's deeper rhythms. The forest was alive in ways he had never imagined, its fate linked to the fate of the village. Isolde led Thomas to a small clearing where a fire burned low, surrounded by stones etched with symbols like those on his token. She began to tell stories of the past, of how ancestors had lived with the forest, how they honored the seasons and the spirits of the land. These stories were slow and steady, filled with meaning that unfolded like the petals of a flower. Hours passed as Thomas listened, absorbing the ancient wisdom that felt both foreign and familiar. The forest's song continued to weave through the trees, a reminder of the delicate balance that had been disturbed. When the sun dipped toward the horizon, Isolde handed Thomas a small satchel filled with herbs and seeds. "These will help protect your village," she said. "But you must also seek out the others, those who remember the old ways. Together, you can heal what has been broken." Thomas left the forest with a new sense of purpose. The token pulsed gently against his chest, a reminder of the path ahead. The village waited, unaware of the changes stirring in the shadows, and the forest watched, patient and eternal. Back in Eldenbrook, the air was thick with anticipation. Villagers gathered once more in the square, their faces lined with worry and hope. Caleb was there, speaking urgently with Gareth and the village elders. "We must prepare," Caleb urged. "The fires are not natural. They're the work of those who seek to claim the forest's power for themselves. If we don't act, Eldenbrook will be lost." Thomas stepped forward, holding up the token. "The forest is alive," he said. "It's trying to tell us something. We must listen and learn if we want to survive." Whispers spread through the crowd, some skeptical, others fearful. The story of survival was changing, becoming a story of trust, ancient knowledge, and courage. As night fell again, Thomas stood at the edge of the village, gazing toward the dark forest. The haunting melody rose once more, stronger and more urgent. The land was alive, and its secrets were beginning to unfold. But the greatest mysteries, the deepest challenges, were still hidden in the shadows, waiting for those brave enough to uncover them. Thomas felt the weight of the token pressing gently against his chest as he moved through Eldenbrook's narrow, winding lanes. The village was alive with quiet tension. Faces turned toward him with a mix of hope and fear. They sensed the changes but didn't yet understand them. The forests, the fires beyond the ridge, and the whispers of an ancient unrest had unsettled the very ground beneath their feet. In the market square, Caleb was speaking in hushed tones with Gareth, the village blacksmith, whose broad hands bore the scars of years spent shaping iron and steel. Gareth's brow was furrowed as he listened carefully. "We need weapons," Gareth said quietly. "If this disturbance grows, if creatures from the forest start to stray into the village, we can't be caught unprepared." Caleb nodded. "But this is more than a threat of wild beasts. It's something older, something tied to the very spirit of the land." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Marga, the healer's apprentice. She carried bundles of dried herbs and plants, carefully wrapped in cloth. Her face was pale but determined. "The illnesses are spreading again," she said, glancing around nervously. "People who seemed fine days ago are growing weak. The forest's sickness is reaching us." Thomas watched as the village's concerns multiplied. Survival here was never just about food or shelter. It was about reading the signs in the land and the sky, in the trees and the people. Each whisper of wind or shift in the weather held meaning. Later that evening, Thomas met with Eliza by the fire in their small cottage. She had been tending to the sick and helping to prepare remedies from the herbs Isolde had given him. Her hands moved deftly, crushing leaves and mixing roots while her eyes held a quiet worry. "The village depends on us," Eliza said softly, "but the forest troubles feel beyond anything we've known." The old story spoke of balance, but what if that balance is broken beyond repair? Thomas sighed. "I don't know yet, but we have to try." The token, the forest keeper, their signs were part of something bigger. Outside, the night was alive with strange sounds. The soft song of the forest seemed to pulse with an urgent rhythm, as if calling out to Thomas, to the village, to the land itself. In the days that followed, Thomas and Eliza found themselves drawn deeper into the web of village life and the mysteries beyond. Caleb continued to warn the elders of the growing danger, while Gareth worked tirelessly at his forge, fashioning blades and tools for defense. Marga's work grew more desperate as more villagers fell ill, the sickness spreading like a shadow. Meanwhile, a subplot unfolded in the nearby hamlet of Dunwich, where strange travelers had arrived, men and women wrapped in dark cloaks, their faces hidden beneath hoods. Rumors whispered of their knowledge of the forest's secrets and their intentions to claim its power for themselves. Some villagers feared they were sorcerers or spies. Others believed they might be protectors sent by the forest itself. Thomas felt the weight of these new questions pressing in. Could these strangers be allies or enemies? Was the balance Isolde spoke of a fragile line between survival and destruction? The answers remained just out of reach. One evening, Thomas ventured again into the forest, the token glowing faintly in his hand. As he moved beneath the towering trees, the haunting melody rose and fell like waves, wrapping around him. He found himself at the stone circle once more, where Isolde awaited. "We are running out of time," she said gravely. "The fires, the sickness, the unrest, they're symptoms of a deeper wound. The forest's heart is breaking." Thomas looked around at the ancient stones, feeling the weight of centuries pressing down on him. "How do we heal it?" Isolde's eyes shone with a mixture of hope and sorrow. "There is a way, but it requires sacrifice and trust. You must find the others who carry the old knowledge. Only together can you restore the forest balance and save your village." The tension tightened like a coil around Eldenbrook. The forest, the fires, the sickness, the strangers, they were all pieces of a puzzle that Thomas and the villagers had to solve before it was too late. Yet the answers seemed to drift further away with each passing day. As Thomas left the clearing, the token pulsed with warmth, a faint glow against the darkening woods. The story of survival was no longer just about the hard work of everyday life. It was a story of mystery, of ancient power and unseen forces, a story that was far from over. Thomas's footsteps were soft on the forest floor, each step stirring the dry leaves and twigs beneath his feet. The token hung from a cord around his neck, its steady pulse a quiet heartbeat against his chest. As he moved deeper among the ancient trees, his mind wrestled with the questions his soul had left lingering. The forest's heart was breaking, and only by finding others who carried the old knowledge could the balance be restored. But who were these others? And how would he find them? Back in Eldenbrook, the village felt like a fragile bubble stretched thin by fear and uncertainty. The fires beyond the ridge still smoldered, sending streaks of smoke curling into the sky. Each day, the sickness crept further through the cottages, and the villagers' faces grew more drawn and weary. Mothers clutched their children tightly. Farmers whispered prayers over withering crops. Gareth had become a pillar of strength, his broad shoulders bearing the weight of the village's defense. At the forge, sparks flew as he hammered blades into shape, but his eyes betrayed a growing worry. These weapons won't hold back what's coming if the forest itself turns against us, he muttered to Caleb one evening. Caleb, who had been speaking urgently to the elders, nodded grimly. We must learn to listen to the forest before it's too late. It's speaking in a language we've forgotten. Meanwhile, Marga's small hut was filled with the sharp scent of herbs and the quiet murmurs of healing prayers. She moved quickly between beds, tending to those struck by the sickness, her hands never still. It's as if something poisons the land itself, she confided to Eliza one night, eyes shadowed with fatigue. No matter the herbs or salves, the illness spreads faster. Eliza's own thoughts churned with worry. Her days were spent gathering herbs and brewing remedies, but her nights were haunted by the forest song, echoing in her dreams. She and Thomas shared a silent understanding. They were caught in the center of a storm they barely comprehended. Then there were the strangers from Dunwich, the cloaked travelers who moved through the nearby hamlet like shadows. Rumors whispered that they carried old knowledge, magic perhaps, or secret weapons. Some villagers eyed them with suspicion. Others hoped they might be the allies they so desperately needed. But no one knew their true purpose. One evening, as twilight settled over Eldenbrook, Thomas sat by the fire with Caleb and Gareth. The flickering flames cast long shadows, and the air was thick with tension. They say the travelers are searching for the forest's heart, Caleb said quietly, voice low. Some believe it's a place of power. Others say it's a relic, or even a living spirit. If they find it before we do, his words trailed off, heavy with unspoken fear. Gareth clenched his fists. We can't let them take what belongs to the forest. If they exploit its power, it will destroy us all. Thomas swallowed, feeling the token warm against his chest. Isolde said we must find others who remember the old ways. Maybe the travelers are those others. Caleb shook his head. Maybe. Or maybe they're the ones who upset the balance in the first place. The fire crackled, the unspoken dangers pressing close like the dark around them. The village's survival depended on secrets buried beneath centuries of silence, and on the fragile trust between friends, strangers, and the forest itself. Days later, Thomas found himself standing again at the stone circle, where Isolde waited beneath the twisted branches. The air was thick with the scent of moss and wildflowers, but the tension was unmistakable. You must decide, Isolde said softly. Will you seek the travelers and learn their true intent? Or will you pursue those within your village who doubt the forest's warnings? Thomas looked up at the darkening sky, the melody of the forest rising around him. The path ahead was unclear, the risks growing with every step. We can't afford to choose wrongly, he said quietly. Isolde smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting the first stars. Then listen well. The forest will guide you, but only if you are willing to hear its truth. As Thomas turned to leave, the shadows lengthened, and the song grew louder, an urgent call that promised both danger and hope. The story of Eldenbrook's survival was far from over, and the coming days would test every ounce of courage and faith the villagers possessed. Thomas felt the weight of the token pressing gently against his chest as he moved through Eldenbrook's narrow, winding lanes. The village was alive with quiet tension, Faces turned toward him with a mix of hope and fear. They sensed the changes but didn't yet understand them. The forests, the fires beyond the ridge, and the whispers of an ancient unrest had unsettled the very ground beneath their feet. In the market square, Caleb was speaking in hushed tones with Gareth, the village blacksmith, whose broad hands bore the scars of years spent shaping iron and steel. Gareth's brow was furrowed as he listened carefully. "We need weapons," Gareth said quietly. "If this disturbance grows, if creatures from the forest start to stray into the village, we can't be caught unprepared." Caleb nodded. "But this is more than a threat of wild beasts. It's something older, something tied to the very spirit of the land." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Marga, the healer's apprentice. She carried bundles of dried herbs and plants, carefully wrapped in cloth. Her face was pale but determined. "The illnesses are spreading again," she said, glancing around nervously. "People who seemed fine days ago are growing weak. The forest sickness is reaching us." Thomas watched as the village's concerns multiplied. Survival here was never just about food or shelter. It was about reading the signs in the land and the sky, in the trees and the people. Each whisper of wind or shift in the weather held meaning. Later that evening, Thomas met with Eliza by the fire in their small cottage. She had been tending to the sick and helping to prepare remedies from the herbs Isolde had given him. Her hands moved deftly, crushing leaves and mixing roots while her eyes held a quiet worry. "The village depends on us," Eliza said softly, "but the forest troubles feel beyond anything we've known." The old story spoke of balance, but what if that balance is broken beyond repair? Thomas sighed. "I don't know yet, but we have to try." The token, the forest keeper, their signs were part of something bigger. Outside, the night was alive with strange sounds. The soft song of the forest seemed to pulse with an urgent rhythm, as if calling out to Thomas, to the village, to the land itself. In the days that followed, Thomas and Eliza found themselves drawn deeper into the web of village life and the mysteries beyond. Caleb continued to warn the elders of the growing danger, while Gareth worked tirelessly at his forge, fashioning blades and tools for defense. Marga's work grew more desperate as more villagers fell ill, the sickness spreading like a shadow. Meanwhile, a subplot unfolded in the nearby hamlet of Dunwich, where strange travelers had arrived, men and women wrapped in dark cloaks, their faces hidden beneath hoods. Rumors whispered of their knowledge of the forest's secrets and their intentions to claim its power for themselves. Some villagers feared they were sorcerers or spies. Others believed they might be protectors sent by the forest itself. Thomas felt the weight of these new questions pressing in. Could these strangers be allies or enemies? Was the balance Isolde spoke of a fragile line between survival and destruction? The answers remained just out of reach. One evening, Thomas ventured again into the forest, the token glowing faintly in his hand. As he moved beneath the towering trees, the haunting melody rose and fell like waves, wrapping around him. He found himself at the stone circle once more, where Isolde waited. "We are running out of time," she said gravely. "The fires, the sickness, the unrest, they are symptoms of a deeper wound. The forest's heart is breaking." Thomas looked around at the ancient stones, feeling the weight of centuries pressing down on him. "How do we heal it?" Isolde's eyes shone with a mixture of hope and sorrow. "There is a way, but it requires sacrifice and trust. You must find the others who carry the old knowledge. Only together can you restore the forest balance and save your village." The tension tightened like a coil around Eldenbrook. The forest, the fires, the sickness, the strangers, they were all pieces of a puzzle that Thomas and the villagers had to solve before it was too late. Yet the answers seemed to drift further away with each passing day. As Thomas left the clearing, the token pulsed with warmth, a faint glow against the darkening woods. The story of survival was no longer just about the hard work of everyday life. It was a story of mystery, of ancient power and unseen forces, a story that was far from over. The road to Dunwich was narrow and lined with gnarled oaks whose branches stretched overhead like fingers trying to weave the sky shut. Thomas walked with purpose, the token hidden beneath his shirt but pulsing steadily, a quiet reminder that the forest had not forgotten him. With every step away from Eldenbrook, he felt both distance and responsibility stretch tighter. He was walking into uncertainty, and yet something in his gut told him this journey mattered more than anything he had done before. He wasn't alone. Caleb had insisted on joining, and so had Eliza. The three of them traveled quietly, listening to the sounds of the woods, which seemed to hum with a deeper, more serious rhythm. Birds called less frequently, and the wind had a whispering quality, like it carried messages just out of reach. As the sun dropped lower behind the hills, they came upon the village of Dunwich. Smaller than Eldenbrook, but older, its cottages crouched low as if trying to hide from the world. The people there moved with quiet purpose, but they paused to stare at the newcomers. No one spoke a greeting. "They're scared," Caleb murmured as they walked past shuttered windows and silent streets. Like they've already seen what's coming. At the far end of the village, near an old stone well, the cloaked strangers were gathered. 5 of them, standing in a half-circle, their heads bowed, speaking in a language Thomas didn't understand. When the tallest of them looked up, the group fell silent. "You've brought the token," the tall one said, voice low and clear. It wasn't a question. Thomas stepped forward, hesitating. "How do you know about it?" The stranger lowered his hood. He was older than Thomas had expected, with deep lines across his face and silver in his beard, but his eyes were alert, watchful. "Because I once carried one myself." The tension in the air thickened. Eliza placed a hand gently on Thomas's arm. "You were a keeper?" "Once," the man nodded. "But not anymore. My time has passed. Now it's yours." The others stepped forward and introduced themselves one by one. Merrick, the tall leader. Elon, a silent woman with piercing eyes. Bram, whose hands were covered in forest ink. Rhea and Niven, younger than the others, but sharp, curious, and cautious. They welcomed Thomas, Caleb, and Eliza into a cottage near the edge of the woods. Inside, strange herbs hung from the rafters, and maps and scrolls littered the table. "You need to understand," Merrick said, unrolling a faded map. "The forest is not simply trees and soil. It is a memory, a living record of everything that has passed through it." Eliza leaned in. Isolde said the forest is breaking, that the sickness, the fires, even the strange dreams, they're all symptoms. Merrick nodded. "It is unraveling. The balance that once held nature, magic, and man in harmony has been disturbed. And when the balance breaks, the land suffers." Caleb studied the scrolls. "But who disturbed it? And why?" "There are stories," Elon said softly, "of an ancient object buried deep in the forest, older than any of our villages, older even than the stones of the sacred circle. It was a source of power, and greed drove someone to try and claim it long ago." Thomas narrowed his eyes. "And that person," Mark's face darkened, "was one of us. A keeper. He sought to bend the forest to his will. The forest resisted, but the wound remains." The room was quiet for a long moment. Outside, wind stirred the leaves, and the forest seemed to lean closer. "Now," Merrick said, turning to Thomas, "you hold the token. It has chosen you for a reason. We believe the forest sees something in you." Thomas felt the weight of those words settle in his chest. He wasn't sure if he was ready for what that meant. "What do I have to do?" "You must go where we cannot," Rhea said. "To the ruins of the Hollow Watch, the first place the balance broke." Caleb frowned. "But that's beyond the ridge, past the burning hills. No one's gone there in generations." Merrick looked grave. "Then it is time someone did." They spent the night in Dunwich, though few of them truly slept. Outside, the trees creaked, and the forest song returned, low, mournful, and insistent. Eliza dreamed of a deer made of stars, walking through fire. Thomas dreamed of stone doors opening in the ground, revealing a heartbeat that wasn't his own. By morning, the path ahead was clear, even if it was terrifying. They would go to Hollow Watch. They would seek the truth behind the balance, the broken keeper, and the source of the land sorrow. But none of them knew what awaited beyond the ridge, or whether they would return the same. They left Dunwich before dawn. The sky was bruised with purple, the last stars fading behind clouds that looked like smoke. Thomas felt the weight of the moment as he stepped onto the forest trail that led east. The air was colder here, sharper. The trees stood taller, older, more watchful. Merrick gave them a satchel of dried herbs and a small bone whistle before they left. "If you blow this near the edge of Hollow Watch," he said, "something may answer. I don't know what, but it may help or warn you." Thomas thanked him quietly, tucking the whistle into his belt. Caleb tightened the straps on his pack, while Eliza quietly studied the map they'd copied from Marek scrolls. Her fingers traced the line that curved around a dark patch labeled only with a single name, the Scar. They moved through a stretch of forest that hadn't seen travelers in years. The trees were different here, thicker trunks, bark etched with strange grooves. The leaves were darker too, some with edges that curled inward like closed hands. Birds were few, and the silence between branches felt heavy. By mid-morning, they reached a ridge covered in blackened roots. The ground was scorched and cracked, as if the earth had once opened and tried to swallow the forest whole. Smoke still curled from holes deep in the rock. The air smelled of ash and something else, something older like mold, copper, and decay. Caleb crouched beside one of the cracks and held his hand over it. "There's heat still. Whatever caused this didn't happen long ago." Thomas looked past the ridge toward the horizon. From there, they could just make out the distant outline of broken towers, stone remnants half swallowed by trees and mist. "Hollow Watch," Eliza whispered. The name sent a shiver through all three of them. It wasn't just the idea of ruins or fire. It was something beneath those stones, something ancient, watching, waiting. They camped on the edge of the ridge that night. Caleb took first watch while Thomas sat near the fire, staring into the flames. Eliza sat beside him, quiet at first, then asked, "Do you ever wonder if we were supposed to turn back?" Thomas didn't answer right away. The fire cracked, and somewhere in the distance, a long, low howl echoed through the trees. "Yes," he finally said, "but I also wonder if anyone else ever came this far. And if they didn't, maybe that's why everything's falling apart." The next day, they descended into what was left of Hollow Watch. The path down was steep and lined with broken statues, weathered figures with blank faces, half buried in vines. Some had crumbled entirely, but others looked freshly damaged, like something had torn them apart. As they moved deeper, the trees began to thin. The canopy broke, revealing the sky, now overcast and gray. The ruins loomed ahead, stone pillars half swallowed by the earth, and what looked like the remains of an old keep surrounded by brambles. At the center of it all stood a well, wide, ringed in black stone and dry. Thomas stepped toward it. The token around his neck pulsed harder, faster. His breath caught. "Eliza," he called out, his voice barely above a whisper. "Come here." She joined him at the edge, peering down into the darkness. "It's deep, deeper than any well I've seen." "It's not a well," Caleb said, stepping beside them. "It's a gate." Thomas turned to him, startled. "What?" "I don't know how I know," Caleb said slowly, "but I do. I can feel it. This was never meant for drawing water. It was meant to seal something." A gust of wind stirred the broken leaves around them. The forest grew suddenly still. Thomas looked down again. For a brief second, he saw something move, just a flicker, like a shadow passing through deep water far below. Then Eliza gasped and grabbed his arm. The ground's shifting. He barely had time to react before the stone beneath their feet cracked. The world tilted. The three of them fell, tumbling through dust, roots, and stone. They landed hard in a cavern beneath the surface, the darkness swallowing them. For a long moment, none of them spoke. Then, from somewhere deeper in the cavern, came a sound. Not footsteps, not wind. A voice, calling Thomas by name. The voice echoed softly through the cavern, as if it came from the stone itself. Not spoken aloud, but remembered. Thomas sat frozen, dirt in his hair, breath shallow. Eliza had landed beside him, her lantern smashed during the fall, leaving only a dim glow from the cracks above. Caleb groaned nearby, already sitting up and trying to steady himself. But the voice, it said Thomas's name again, only this time clearer. Closer. Eliza grabbed his wrist. You heard that? He nodded, not trusting his voice. The cavern was larger than it first seemed, stretching into shadows too deep to see. The walls were rough but patterned, worn by tools or carved with symbols that pulsed faintly, as if remembering old light. It was damp and cold, yet the stone beneath their feet didn't feel dead. It thrummed gently, like something far below was still breathing. Caleb stood, rubbing his shoulder. We need light. Thomas still clutched the satchel Merrick had given him. Shaking fingers found the bundle of herbs inside. Eliza struck a flint, and soon the smoke from a small wrapped coil rose, glowing with a gentle blue flame. It didn't burn like normal fire. It shimmered softly and cast strange patterns on the cavern walls. When they looked up, they saw it. A massive stone door at the far end of the chamber, taller than a house, half covered in roots, and surrounded by symbols none of them recognized. The door itself looked like it hadn't opened in centuries, but it was warm to the touch when Thomas approached. The token around his neck pulsed again, once, twice, and then went silent. He pressed his palm to the stone. The door moaned. Not creaked, moaned. A deep, living sound that trembled through the rock beneath their feet. Dust shook from the ceiling, and small stones tumbled from ledges above. The roots quivered and began to retreat, pulling back slowly from the center of the door like they feared what was coming. Then the voice again, closer, more distinct, whispering. Return what was taken. Thomas stumbled back. What does it mean? Caleb was staring at the carvings on the wall. I think it means the breach wasn't an accident. Something was stolen and sealed here. Eliza looked at him sharply. And if we open it, if we break the seal, we might be the ones unleashing whatever's behind it. The cavern trembled again, stronger this time. One of the side walls cracked. Water began to trickle down, and the faint scent of moss and decay rose with it. From the corner of his eye, Thomas saw movement, a flicker of shadow that disappeared the moment he turned his head. I don't think we're alone, he whispered. Eliza raised the blue flame torch. The shadows fled at its light, but not far. Figures stood beyond the edge of the circle, just shapes at first. Then slowly, as if drawn by recognition, one stepped forward. It wore a tattered cloak. Its hands were gray and cracked like old bark, and its eyes, if they were eyes, glowed dimly like coals nearly gone out. You've brought the token, the thing said, voice dry as old leaves. As he once did. The boy who thought he could own what belonged to the forest. Thomas's throat tightened. Who are you? The creature tilted its head. We are the echoes. The ones left behind when the seal was made. Bound to the breach, to guard what remains. You should not be here. Eliza stepped forward, steady despite the fear in her voice. The forest is dying. Whatever happened here, it's leaking into the land above. People are suffering. Villages are burning. We need to know the truth. Another echo emerged, smaller and quieter, its voice a soft murmur. Then you must descend. Deeper still, to the heart. The stone door let out another long groan. A line of light cracked across it, just a hairline split, glowing softly. Thomas looked at Eliza, then at Caleb. Neither of them said a word, but they didn't need to. The three of them stepped forward together. As the stone door creaked open, the temperature dropped. Cold that was deeper than winter. A cold that remembered the dark before the stars were lit. Beyond the doorway stretched a stairway carved straight into the earth, descending in a tight spiral, lit by faint blue lichen that pulsed with a heartbeat not their own. They began to descend, and behind them, the echoes watched, silent, unmoving, until the lights swallowed them whole. Downward they went, past layers of stone and time, deeper than roots, deeper than memory. And still, the voice whispered on. They kept descending. Step after step, the stone beneath their feet grew colder, smoother, almost like it had been polished by something that passed through long ago, over and over. The walls of the spiral passage twisted tighter as they moved, and the flickering blue light of the lichen cast their shadows in odd shapes. Sometimes Thomas thought the shadows moved slightly wrong, as if one of them lagged just a little behind the others. But every time he turned, It was just stone and silence. No one spoke much. The air was changing the deeper they went. It wasn't just the chill. It was thicker, pressed down. It had a taste, like iron or old rainwater that had sat in a cave too long. Caleb's breathing grew louder in the tight spiral. Eliza's hand brushed the wall now and then, fingers trailing the carved grooves that became more frequent and strange the lower they got. Symbols that looked like trees with roots shaped like cages. Others that resembled human faces, wide-eyed and silent. After what felt like hours, the stair finally opened into a new chamber. The air widened suddenly, pressing outward instead of in. They stepped out into a stone hall far older than anything above ground. Massive columns held up the ceiling, and shallow pools of black water stretched across the floor like broken mirrors. No sky here, no forest, no breeze. Only the sound of dripping water and the soft, steady pulse of light coming from the center of the room. It came from a stone pedestal, and on that pedestal rested a second token, almost identical to the one Thomas wore. Except this one was cracked straight down the middle, and where his gave off a warm pulse, this one was cold and faintly smoking. Is it part of the same? Eliza began. Thomas nodded, already stepping closer. Same carving, same symbol. When his fingers got close to it, he stopped. Something pulled at his mind. A rush of memories that weren't his. Images, faces, fear, a flash of burning trees, a scream echoing across mountaintops. Then silence. He backed away. This was the key, Caleb said. The original one. The one the first keeper must have used to close the breach. And it's broken. Eliza looked around the chamber. So that's it. We came all this way to find out we're too late. Thomas didn't answer. He was watching the water. Ripples had started, tiny then growing. From somewhere beyond the far end of the room, a soft, dragging sound began to echo. Eliza saw it too. Something's coming. Caleb backed up to the pedestal. Do we run? No, Thomas said. He didn't know why. We wait. A shape emerged from the far shadows. Tall, wrapped in old robes like bark and dust. But it didn't walk. It hovered just inches above the ground. Its face was hidden, but its voice was everywhere at once. You wear the bond, it said, tone neither kind nor cruel. But you do not carry the burden. Thomas raised the token. We're here to find the truth. The truth, the figure said slowly, is that the forest was never meant to be touched. Not by kings. Not by settlers. Not by you. It circled the room as it spoke, drifting over the pools without a sound. 1,000 years ago, this breach opened, and the first who found it tried to take what lay beyond. Power and roots. In silence. In memory. But the forest remembers what is taken, and it waits for return. Thomas stared at the broken token on the pedestal. So this was the cost? You sealed it. We sealed part of it, the figure said. The rest fled, took shape in the world above. Twisting roots, firestorms, waking the beast that should have never risen. It was never stopped, only slowed. Eliza stepped forward. Then what do we do? The figure turned toward her. You go deeper. Silence fell. The figure drifted backward and slowly melted into the shadows, vanishing completely. A wall behind the pedestal began to shift, cracking open like stone lips parting. A dark tunnel appeared, colder than anything they had felt so far. No light came from inside, but something was there, alive, waiting. They stood at the edge for a long time. No one moved. The ripple in the water behind them had stopped. No sound now, only the faint pulse from Thomas's token. He looked to Eliza. Then, Caleb. I think this is what Merrick meant when he said it's not just rot, it's memory. Something down here remembers what happened, and it wants us to see it. Without another word, he stepped inside. The darkness swallowed him whole. Thomas moved forward into the tunnel, each step swallowed by silence. There was no light, not even the soft glow of lichen. His breathing felt louder than it should, echoing strangely off the stone, but even stranger, he couldn't hear Eliza or Caleb behind him. He stopped, turned around. They were gone. The passage behind him was sealed, completely smooth rock, as if it had never been open at all. His heart thudded hard. He reached out, touched the wall. Cold. Solid. silent. He wasn't alone. Something brushed past his shoulder. Not wind, just a sense of presence, like a memory flickering by. And then the voice returned, low and slow. To remember, you must forget. Thomas tried to breathe evenly. The token around his neck warmed again. With shaking fingers, he lifted it, holding it forward like a lantern, though it gave no light. But it pulled him forward, an invisible tug deeper into the dark. One step, then another. The tunnel opened suddenly. A chamber, vast, circular, and not made of stone. It was grown. Twisted roots formed the walls and ceiling, braided so tightly they formed a dome. In the center stood a tree, or what had once been a tree. Now it was blackened and cracked, but its shape still reached upward, frozen mid-scream. All around it were carvings, memories captured in bark. People, creatures, forests burning, rivers running black. And at the center of the tree's trunk was a hollow just big enough for the token. Thomas stepped toward it, heart hammering. Then he heard Eliza's voice, far off, muffled like she was calling from behind a wall. "Thomas? Can you hear me?" He turned, but she wasn't there. Just her voice. "Where are you?" he shouted. But the voice came again, not hers this time. A whisper from behind the dead tree. "You want answers, but the roots are deeper than your questions." A shape moved around the base of the tree. Bare feet, pale skin, eyes that didn't blink. It looked like a boy, but wasn't. Too still, too quiet. His face was familiar, though Thomas didn't know why. He wore a pendant around his neck, another token. Thomas stepped back. The boy tilted his head. "You're the last," he said. "They've all gone before you." Carried hope, left with silence. Thomas swallowed hard. "What is this place?" The boy blinked slowly, then pointed to the center of the tree. "It's the heart of the breach, of the forgetting, of the hunger." A hum began to rise around them. Not from above, not from the walls, from the roots themselves. A deep, ancient vibration, like something waking up after sleeping too long. "Put the token in," the boy said softly. Thomas hesitated. "What happens if I do?" The boy didn't answer, just stared. The hum got louder. The chamber shook. Outside, though Thomas couldn't see it, roots began to shift in the earth above. Forest trees bent and twisted. In far-off villages, cattle stopped moving. Dogs barked toward nothing. The sky over the mountains darkened, though no clouds passed. And the rot grew stronger. Back in the chamber, Thomas moved forward. Slowly, heart beating so loud he could barely hear the hum anymore. His hand reached the hollow. The token hovered just over it. And then he froze. Eliza's voice, loud and clear, rang out from behind him. "Thomas, wait." He turned. She was there. So was Caleb. And behind them, dozens of figures. Echoes. Silent. Watching. Eliza looked terrified. "It's not time yet." Thomas's hand trembled. The roots beneath the chamber began to split. Something was coming up from below. Something that had waited. Something that remembered. And it was hungry. Thomas froze, the token still hovering over the hollow in the tree. The chamber pulsed around him, every root vibrating like a heartbeat too big for the earth. He looked between Eliza and Caleb, their faces pale and drawn in the strange glow now rising from beneath the chamber floor. The boy with the blank eyes was still beside the tree, silent, his hands folded behind his back, watching. "What do you mean it's not time yet?" Thomas asked, his voice cracking under the weight of it all. Eliza took a cautious step forward, glancing down at the shaking ground. "I saw it, when the wall closed behind us. I didn't tell you before, but I saw them, people trapped in the roots. Faces, eyes looking back. This place, it's alive. And whatever's underneath us isn't just part of the forest. It is the forest." Caleb's torch flickered as he scanned the chamber. The rot isn't spreading. It's searching. For him. Thomas turned toward the boy again. But he was gone. Only footprints remained in the dust, leading around the dead tree and vanishing into the roots. The hum grew louder. Now it wasn't just a vibration, they could feel it in their bones. A deep thrum that made it hard to think, harder to breathe. The roots were splitting open slowly now, cracking like old bark, revealing glimpses of something red and wet beneath. Not blood, but something worse. Memory made physical. Echoes of violence. Regret. Fire. And then, a voice again, low, ancient and near. You are the breach and the seal. What you carry is not a key. It is a question the world is not ready to answer. Thomas staggered back, overwhelmed by the images flashing through his head. Not just his memories, someone else's. Hundreds, maybe thousands. Men, women, children, creatures with faces stretched too long. Forests growing in seconds, burning in moments. A circle of people chanting beside a well. The first ceiling. The sorrow of the forest, weeping through its roots. He dropped to his knees, the token falling from his fingers. The hum stopped. Complete silence. Then, crack. The roots at the base of the chamber split, wide, open, with a thunderous snap. From the darkness, something rose slowly. A shape, not solid, not entirely visible. It looked like a twisted figure made of bark and shadow, with hollow sockets where eyes might have been. It didn't walk. It hovered just like the boy, but taller, wrong, ancient. Eliza grabbed Thomas's arm. We have to leave. Now. But the chamber had no exit. The walls behind them had begun to twist and close. Even the doorway they had entered through was now a solid root wall, wrapped tight like clenched fists. The shape continued to rise. Its head turned slowly toward them. No face, just the feeling of 1,000 thoughts pressing against their minds at once. You woke it, Caleb whispered. It was waiting for that token to return. Not to seal anything, but to open something. Thomas shook his head, still on the floor. We didn't come to open anything. Eliza crouched beside him. Doesn't matter. We're here now. The ground beneath them quivered as more roots split. And then, the chamber filled with whispers. Not just one voice anymore. Hundreds, all speaking at once. Names, places, pleas, and curses. Stories half told and abruptly ended. Every whisper felt like it knew their names. Like it had been waiting just for them. The shadow figure reached toward the cracked token on the pedestal. As its fingers touched the surface, the smoke thickened. The air turned sweet and sour at the same time. Caleb doubled over, coughing hard, gasping. His torch dropped into a pool of black water and sizzled out. Darkness swelled. Then, another sound, distant like thunder, but not from below, from above. The forest. Thomas looked up. The roots in the ceiling above them began to shake. Dust and tiny stones fell like snow. Something was happening on the surface. Back in the village near the cliffs, the rot had reached the last cottage. Crops shriveled in an instant. The well overflowed with black water. A deer wandered into the square, eyes cloudy, movements jerky like a puppet. Children cried out, and mothers dragged them indoors. But the rot crept under doors and through windows, staining walls with pulsing vines. Merrick stood alone in the field where the grass had turned gray. He looked toward the woods. The birds were silent. Even the wind held its breath. He felt the shift. They've reached the root, he whispered, and the forest knows. Lightning split the sky, but there was no storm. Just light without sound. A warning flash from the mountains that rolled across the horizon in unnatural waves. And then a groan, deep and slow, as if the earth itself were bending under weight too great to carry. Back in the chamber, Thomas rose to his feet. The figure of shadow now stood at the heart of the broken tree. Its arms stretched outward as if calling something through the roots. The tree itself began to glow, faint at first, then brighter with each pulse. Caleb pressed himself against the wall, muttering prayers under his breath. Eliza stared at the token, still on the floor. We can't give it what it wants. It already has it, Thomas said, voice hollow. No, she said, grabbing his hand. It doesn't have you. You're still holding back. Thomas looked into her eyes. That was when he realized what she meant. The token wasn't the only key. He had always felt it. The way the forest responded to him, the way it had drawn him back after all these years. The dreams, the sudden knowing. The way the forest rut didn't touch him. It's in my blood, he whispered. Eliza nodded. You were born with it. Behind them, the chamber shuddered again. The roots above cracked wider, and from them poured a soft red mist. It didn't choke, it clung. Like memory, like regret, It wrapped around them, whispering words Thomas couldn't understand, but somehow still felt. They were out of time. The forest was waking fully now. And deep below, beyond the breach, something else had begun to stir. The mist thickened. It poured in like breath from a dying giant, warm and slow, curling through the cracks, tracing the air with shapes that looked almost human, arms reaching, mouths open in silent screams. Eliza covered her face, but Thomas stood frozen, eyes locked on the twisted figure at the heart of the chamber. Its arms were still spread, the glow inside the dead tree pulsing faster now, like a countdown. With each pulse, the ground shook, the whispers got louder, and the weight of the past pressed harder on their chests. Then the roots overhead split wide with a crack that sounded like the sky itself tearing open. Through the gap, a shaft of red light spilled into the chamber. It wasn't sunlight. It was too heavy, too alive. It moved like liquid memory, searching for something. Eliza backed away, eyes wide with panic. We have to break the link. Before it's too late. Thomas looked down at his hands. They were glowing faintly now, soft trails of gold running through his veins like vines beneath the skin. The same light glowed from the cracked token. It wasn't broken. It had opened. It had chosen. But that meant the shadow figure wasn't the forest. It wasn't a rot. It was the memory of what had been buried to protect the world from knowing too much. The first breacher. Long ago, when the forest had been young and sacred, it had allowed someone in, someone who had tried to shape it, control it, pull its memories into weapons. The forest fought back, buried him, trapped him in the tree. But like all stories, the past found a way to be remembered. Caleb shouted suddenly, pointing behind them. The wall was moving, roots shifting, parting slowly to reveal another tunnel. A way out. But the shadow turned too, sensing escape. It screamed, not with sound, but with force. The red mist surged forward in a wave. Caleb was thrown against the wall, pinned. Eliza staggered and fell, her hand reaching toward Thomas. Go, she yelled. Don't let it finish. Thomas reached for her, but the mist surged again. His vision blurred. And then, he wasn't in the chamber anymore. He was standing in the forest, but not the one he knew. This one was brighter, cleaner. Trees stood tall, with glowing veins. Birds sang in languages he couldn't understand. At the center of it all stood a version of the tree from the chamber, but alive. Green, powerful, reaching skyward with no rod in sight. And beneath it stood the boy again. The same blank-eyed child from the chamber, but now smiling faintly. You've seen what happens if the breach opens, the boy said. But there's still time. Thomas blinked. Why me? Because your blood remembers what your mind forgot. You're descended from the last guardian. You were never meant to open the seal, but to hold it. The forest shimmered, and then it began to collapse. Trees withered. The sky turned dark. The rot spilled like ink across the ground. The boy vanished. Thomas opened his eyes. Back in the chamber, the tree was fully alive with fire now. Red light pulsing, the shadow, figure hovering higher. Caleb was unconscious. Eliza was barely moving. The forest above roared. Thomas stood, and for the first time, he felt the forest listening. He didn't run toward the exit. He stepped forward toward the tree. Eliza opened her eyes weakly. Thomas, what are you doing? I'm not the one who opened it, he said. But maybe I'm the only one who can close it. The shadow turned to him, sensing his intent. Its face stretched open, a swirling vortex of memory and rage. The red mist spiraled, crashing against the roots. Pieces of the chamber began falling. Thomas stepped to the pedestal where the token had dropped. He picked it up, and everything stopped. No sound, no tremble, just stillness. The figure floated in front of him now, arms drawn back like wings, its form flickering in and out, bark, shadow, faces smoke. Thomas reached into his pocket. He pulled out a seed. A simple, dry forest seed he had picked up near the village days before. He didn't know why he'd kept it, but now it pulsed with the same glow as his veins. He looked at the token, then at the seed. Then he stepped forward and placed the seed into the hollow of the tree. The chamber roared. The figure screamed, not aloud, but inside every memory, every corner of thought. The red mist surged upward, recoiling as if burned. The tree cracked, but from within, golden light poured out, not red. Eliza covered her face. Caleb stirred. The roots above began to glow. Outside, the rot stopped mid-creep. Villagers gasped as color returned to the fields. The wind began to blow again, soft, like breath returning to a sleeping world. But underground, Thomas stood firm. The light around the tree exploded outward in a blast that shattered stone, flung the shadow backward, and filled the entire chamber with a sound like a deep, endless breath. And just before everything went white, Thomas looked up and saw something rise through the roots, something older than the forest, something forgotten, and yet it whispered his name like it knew him. Then the world went silent. There was no sound, no breath, no sense of space or time, only light. Thomas floated, or at least that's what it felt like. There was no ground, no gravity, just warmth pressing in on all sides, not hot, not cold, just full, as if he had fallen into the heart of memory itself. He blinked. Shapes began to form, soft outlines of branches. Faces. The faces were not angry, not afraid. They were watching. Old, wise, tired eyes. Some were human. Others, older, beyond human. Guardians. Keepers. Witnesses. They hovered around him, silent, until one stepped forward. A woman dressed in bark and silk, her hair flowing like river weed. "You planted it," she said, her voice like wind through grass. "It's been waiting." Thomas tried to speak, but his voice didn't work here. Instead, the woman nodded, as if she heard his thoughts anyway. "You are not the first to stand at the threshold, but you may be the last. The breach opened once, long ago, and those who tried to master it were consumed by their own memories. The four survived, but barely." She raised a hand. A vision swirled into the light. A battlefield covered in rot, soldiers collapsing not from wounds, but from visions. Screams of ancestors, of guilt, of forgotten grief. Cities crumbled not from war, but from stories too heavy to bear. "History has weight," she said, "and if misused, it can destroy even the strongest." Thomas looked around. "Am I dead?" "No, but your soul stands between the roots, between forgetting and remembering." She walked toward him and placed something in his hand. The token, but had changed. It no longer pulsed with red or gold. It was clear now like polished glass. Inside, a single memory spun in slow circles. A child planting a tree. A village cheering. A promise made. Thomas gasped. "That's me. It is a part of you," she said. "A forgotten part. You were marked before you were born. Chosen not to carry the forest's power, but to protect its silence." Another vision. A man, his face like Thomas's but older, standing in a chamber just like the one below. He had sealed the breach, locked the shadow inside, planted the seed. That man had vanished after. Until now. "My father," she nodded. "He gave everything. And now the forest asks, will you?" Thomas felt the warmth drain away. The vision blurred, the light dimming. And then he was falling. Not softly this time. Fast. Through branches, wind screaming past his ears. The forest rushing back toward him, sharp and loud and alive. He hit the ground hard. Gasped. The chamber was shattered. The great tree still stood, but its bark was cracked, glowing from within. The shadow, whatever it had been, was gone. Or sleeping. The red mist was gone. Caleb stirred near the exit, groaning. Eliza was sitting up now, blinking in the dust. Thomas, he sat up slowly, clutching the token in his hand. It no longer glowed, but it was warm. Eliza crawled toward him, her voice shaky. "What happened?" "I don't know," he whispered. "But I think I saw the beginning, and maybe the end." From above, the light shifted. The roots parted once more. This time, sunlight poured in. Real sunlight. The rot was gone, but even as peace settled over them, Thomas felt something still watching. Not hostile, not angry, but waiting. Outside, the village would be waking to a new forest. Fields healed, trees green, but with that peace would come questions. Where had the rot gone? Why had the mist screamed? And what was now growing in the heart of the chamber? Because at the center of the shattered tree, buried in the golden soil, a new sprout had emerged. Not of rot, not of power, but of memory, alive, and listening. Thomas rose slowly, the token still tight in his fist. Eliza looked at him, voice barely above a whisper. Is it over? He stared at the seedling, at the roots pulsing softly underfoot. And then, without looking back, he said, no, it's only just beginning. The forest had changed, but it hadn't forgotten. For the next few days, the village returned to something like peace. The rot was gone, but the trees stood taller, thicker with age. Their roots hummed, if you listened closely, as if remembering everything that had passed below them. Eliza walked the edge of the fields every morning now, not to check for danger, but to feel the wind again. It had returned, softer, warmer, carrying the scent of sap and something else like old pages drying in the sun. Caleb, though bruised and quiet, had taken to restoring the old markers near the village, not as guards, but as memorials, little stones with simple words. We remember. As for Thomas, he hadn't spoken much since they left the chamber. He spent most of his time in the grove behind the village, staring at the roots. Some said he was praying. Others said he was just listening. They were both right. At night, he'd sit beneath the stars, the token resting on his lap. It no longer glowed, but it warmed his hands like a heartbeat. Sometimes he'd hum, not songs he knew, but old tones, melodies that came to him in dreams, or memories. One night, Eliza joined him, carrying a small satchel of dried herbs and bread. She didn't say much, just sat beside him in silence for a long time. You still hear it? She finally asked. He nodded. Not like before. It's quieter now, but it's there. Eliza looked at the trees, swaying under moonlight. It's strange. We always thought of the forest as dangerous. Cursed even, but maybe it was just guarding something it couldn't say. Thomas breathed deeply. We try to forget. That's what caused it. The rot didn't come from a forest. It came from us. From what we buried. The things we didn't want to face. Eliza glanced at the seedling growing behind them, now almost knee-high. Its leaves shimmered, pale silver green, whispering in the breeze though no wind moved. Do you think it's safe now? She asked. Thomas didn't answer right away. He watched the stars shift, clouds rolling slowly across the sky. Finally, he whispered, I think it's awake. That's not the same as safe, but it's honest. That night, the village slept sounder than it had in years. But something in the trees kept moving, soft footsteps in the leaves, like someone walking in rhythm with time itself. The forest had memory now, and it had chosen not to forget. On the edge of the village, where the woods began again, a small child stood alone under the starlight. No one knew his name. No one had seen him before, but he watched the seedling, smiled, then disappeared into the woods without a sound. Days passed. The village breathed easier. Children played beneath the towering trees once feared. Bread tasted richer. The well ran clearer. It felt as though some ancient debt had been repaid and the land, at last, forgave them. But forgiveness was not the same as forgetting. And deep beneath the forest floor, something else stirred, quietly, patiently, as if waiting for the right moment to blink awake. Thomas was the first to notice the change. It came subtly. Birds began flying in unfamiliar patterns, never resting on the sprouting tree. The wind would fall dead for hours, only to return in wild gusts. Once, while tending the soil near the grove, Thomas pressed his hand into the earth and felt something warm beneath the dirt. Not roots, not rock, but a pulse. Slow and steady, like breathing. He didn't tell Eliza at first. She was smiling more, laughing again. He didn't want to bring shadows into that light. But the signs were multiplying. Livestock refused to graze near the eastern ridge. Dogs barked at the tree, even when no sound came from it. And then came the dreams. Not his own, other villagers. Whispers started circling through the village like smoke, uncertain and hard to grab hold of. Some said they saw their ancestors in dreams, standing outside their homes, mouths moving but no words coming. Others said they saw themselves, but aged, weathered, crying. Caleb came to him one evening, pale and shaking. I saw my father, he said, voice raw. He's been gone 20 years, but he looked like he did on the day he died. He said nothing, just stood there, watching. Thomas stared at the seedling. It was now the height of a young child. Its bark had taken on a shimmering tone, almost reflective like glass. Sometimes at night, Thomas thought he saw faces in its surface, fleeting images, but when he blinked, they vanished. He finally confided in Eliza. "I think we woke more than we understood," he told her one evening, sitting beside the glowing roots. Eliza looked tired. Her eyes had lost their sparkle in recent days. "I've been dreaming too," she whispered, "but it's not like yours. I see fire, a hill, people screaming, and a door. A wooden door buried in the ground. It's locked, but something behind it is knocking." Thomas clenched the token in his hand. It had grown colder each day. The warmth was gone. "What if we didn't seal it properly?" he asked. "What if the breach?" Eliza cut him off. "The tree was supposed to hold it. And maybe it did," he said quietly. "But what if that's not enough anymore?" The forest had memory, yes, but it also had appetite. For stories. For truth. For everything people try to bury. And perhaps for more. One stormy evening, the second twist came. The boy. He reappeared, this time inside the village. He stood outside the elder's house, hands folded, eyes wide. He didn't speak. He didn't cry. But when approached, he placed a small wooden token into the elder's hand. It was nearly identical to the one Thomas carried. When the elder asked where he came from, the boy simply pointed to the trees, then vanished again. Thomas rushed to the elder's home, examining the token. It was aged differently, older. The carvings on its face weren't just symbols, they were words. Faded, ancient dialect. Caleb translated slowly that night as the storm roared outside. It says, "Door the fifth root. Keep sealed. Memory is not mercy." The village fell silent after that. Thomas and Eliza led a group of 5 into the forest the next morning, following the faint path the boy had taken. The air grew heavy, the forest denser, the shadows too still. At last, deep in the eastward side of the woods, where few had dared wander before, they found it. The ground dipped inward like a collapsed well. At the bottom was a slab of stone. Not natural, chiseled, fitted, ancient, and at its center, a door. Wooden, bound with iron that had not rusted. It pulsed, faintly like a heartbeat. Caleb backed away first. "We shouldn't be here," he said. But Thomas stepped forward. Something about it felt familiar. Not safe, but known. He knelt beside the door, placing his hand on the center. The moment he touched it, the trees groaned. A low, bone-deep sound, like something old stretching after a long sleep. Birds scattered into the sky. Leaves curled. The ground beneath them rumbled once, and then stopped. Thomas turned. "It's not locked anymore." Eliza's voice trembled. "Then we didn't just plant a tree. We unlocked a prison." Behind them, a second token sat in the grass. New, still warm. It had not been there before. Thomas picked it up. It bore no carving, just a smooth surface that reflected his face back at him. But the reflection was older, and it was smiling. They stood in the silence of the forest, the wind stilled, the trees breathless. In the soil behind them, unnoticed, small seedlings had begun to sprout. Not one, not two, dozens, and all of them pointed toward the door. The forest was not healing. It was remembering, all of it, and it was preparing to speak, but not in words, in roots. Thomas couldn't sleep that night. Neither could Eliza. The village lay quiet beneath the stars, yet something heavy pressed against the air. Not danger exactly, but certainty, like the moment before thunder or the stillness just before a candle flickers out. He kept turning the smooth token over in his hands, its reflection cold and endless. Every time he blinked, the smile on his mirrored face seemed wider, less like comfort, more like warning. At dawn, they returned to the forest. Eliza, Thomas, Caleb, and a handful of others. No one spoke. The trail seemed shorter this time, or the woods closer. When they reached the door again, something had changed. Moss now crawled along the stone slab like veins. The trees leaned in overhead, bending toward the opening in the earth. Listening. The door itself was ajar, just slightly, a crack wide enough for breath to pass through. Caleb whispered, "It's waiting." No one replied. Thomas stepped forward first, placing his palm flat against the wood. The door didn't resist. It opened, not with a groan, but with a sigh. Cold air spilled upward, carrying a smell none of them recognized. Like wet ash, like forgotten paper. Below, a stairway curved out of sight. It wasn't deep, not at first. The descent was silent, each step covered in soft roots that cushioned their boots. The light dimmed with every turn, yet somehow their path remained visible. A soft glow pulsed from the walls, like moonlight trapped beneath skin. At the bottom, they found it. A hollow chamber, carved by hand, ancient but not abandoned. In the center stood a second tree, identical to the seedling from their village, but taller, pale, and weeping, not with sap, but with water. Thin streams flowed from its bark, pooling beneath its roots. The tree breathed, not visibly, but in sensation. You could feel it deep in your chest, like standing beside a heart that wasn't your own. Eliza knelt beside it, tracing one trembling finger across the water. Her skin stung. She hissed softly and pulled away. It's not water, she said. It's memory. Thomas dipped the edge of his sleeve into it, then pressed it to his forehead. Visions hit him like a storm. He saw the village, decades ago, before even the elders had been born. He saw men and women in robes burying tokens in the soil, marking trees, sealing stone. He saw a child, eyes glowing, being led into the woods by figures without faces. He saw screaming, then silence, then the tree. He gasped and fell back. Caleb caught him. What did you see? It's not just memory, Thomas whispered. It's everything we chose not to carry. It's grief, regret, all of it. Everything this land absorbed it buried here. Eliza stared up at the weeping tree, and now it's full. As if in answer, the chamber groaned. The water rippled. The roots above their heads pulsed, and from deeper in the chamber, a sound echoed. Steps, not theirs. Slow, steady, wet. They turned as one, staring into the shadows beyond the tree. A figure emerged, neither living nor dead. Its features shifted, a face that morphed with every flicker of light. Sometimes old, sometimes childlike, sometimes Thomas, sometimes Eliza. It wore no clothing. It bled no blood, but its skin bore the marks of 100 names. Carved into it, scratched and stitched, each one the name of someone lost to the village's past. Caleb stepped back. That's not a person. No, Thomas said quietly. It's the weight we left behind. It's everything we denied. The figure didn't attack. It simply walked to the tree and placed a hand on its trunk. The weeping stopped. The chamber fell silent. Then the figure turned to them and spoke, not aloud, but inside their minds. You opened the door, it said. Now you must carry what you forgot. Each of them dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by visions. Not pain, not fear, but truth. Visions of past winters when they'd ignored suffering. Of people who vanished without a trace. Of stories never told and promises broken. Eliza sobbed softly. We didn't know. The voice replied, You did. You just didn't listen. The chamber trembled. Above them, in the forest, the sky darkened. Birds flew low. Branches twisted. The seedlings that had sprouted in the grass near the village bent inward now, facing the same unseen force. The roots had reached the surface, and the weight had begun to shift. Thomas clutched the two tokens, his and the boy's. Then what happens now? He asked. The figure smiled, not cruelly, not kindly, but with the indifference of time. You wake it. The walls cracked. The tree's bark peeled, and the chamber filled with wind that came from no direction. Thomas turned to Eliza. She was glowing. So was Caleb. So was he. Every part of them flickered with faint, silvery light. The story had chosen its keepers. But the price was yet to be spoken. Above ground, the villagers watched as the seedling in their square doubled in height within seconds. Roots split the stone beneath it. The wind roared across rooftops. And far beyond the hills, in forests no one had named, other seedlings began to rise. The land was no longer passive. It remembered, and it would not be buried again. The wind faded first. Then the glow beneath their skin slowly dimmed, until only the pale shimmer of the weeping tree remained. Thomas blinked slowly. The chamber had stopped shaking. The figure with the carved names stood still beside the tree, as if rooted to it now, part of it. Or maybe it always had been. The water around the roots no longer shimmered with visions. It just sat still, quiet, like a pond untouched for years. The chamber, once alive with sound and energy, had become something else. A resting place, not for bodies, but for stories. Eliza looked at Thomas, her eyes raw but steady. "It's done," she said. He nodded. For now. Caleb stood silently beside them, shoulders tense. "What if it asks more of us?" he whispered. "What if it's not finished?" Thomas turned to the carved figure. Its head tilted, as if hearing him, though it didn't speak again. Instead, the tree began to shift, not upward, but downward. Slowly, it lowered into the earth, roots curling in on themselves, branches folding like wings. The walls of the chamber responded in kind, stone pulling back into place. A door was forming, and it was closing. Thomas knew, without being told, that they had to leave. Now, they walked back up the spiral, the earth humming around them. When they emerged into the morning light, the forest was still. The birds returned. The air smelled of moss again, of pine and soil and breath. Behind them, the door sealed shut. No sound, no mark, just a slight rise in the earth, as if the ground was exhaling. Eliza whispered, "Will anyone believe us?" Thomas glanced back at the trees. "No, and that's fine." By the time they reached the village, the seedling in the square had stopped growing. It now stood fully formed, young, strong, but not threatening. The roots had paused just below the cobblestones, humming faintly if you pressed your hand to them. The villagers gathered around it, watching, waiting. No one spoke. No one ran. They felt it too. The memory. The truth. And they understood. Life in the village changed slowly. Not with grand gestures, but with small acts. People began speaking again, really speaking. Stories were shared that had long been buried. Names were remembered. Graves were visited. Apologies made. The village elder, who had once spoken in riddles and caution, started writing a book, not for himself, but for those who would come next. So they wouldn't forget again. The door in the forest never reopened. But sometimes at dusk, children said they heard whispers from the woods. Not frightening, just familiar. Like someone humming a lullaby in a language they didn't know, but somehow understood. Thomas and Eliza continue their work. Herbs, maps, care for the sick. But they never spoke of the figure carved in names. Not even to each other. Some truths were meant to be carried quietly. Years passed, then decades. Thomas grew older, slower. Eliza did too. They taught others what they knew. They laughed. They mourned. They lived. And when Thomas finally returned to the edge of the forest one last time, he wasn't afraid. He simply placed both tokens, his and the boys', beneath the old pine tree where it all began. The earth didn't shake. The wind didn't howl. But the trees leaned just slightly closer, as if listening. Then they let him go. In the stillness of the night, the seedling in the square dropped its first leaf. And somewhere beneath the village, something ancient slept again. Not angry, not forgotten, but at peace. The land remembered. And this time, so would they. The seasons had changed again. Summer gave way to a milder autumn. And while the villagers prepared for another quiet winter, the ground beneath them carried a weight few still remembered in full. Eliza could sense it in the stillness. Even as she stirred a pot over the fire or gathered herbs in the woods, there was a softness to the earth, as though the land itself was breathing easier. But the peace that had returned wasn't without its scars. In the months since the roots stopped growing, 3 of the elders had passed, quietly, without pain. Each of them left behind journals, small bundles of parchment with words they'd never dared say aloud. One journal spoke of the famine years, another of the fever that had taken the youngest in the valley. But it was the third that unsettled Thomas most. That final journal belonged to Osric, the quiet man with the twisted gait who never looked people in the eye. His writing was unsteady, barely legible in parts, but the message was clear. We offered her the child, and she took him. Thomas read it twice before setting it down. Then he went out into the woods and didn't speak for 2 days. When he came back, his eyes had changed. It was real, he said to Eliza. Everything we feared, everything we forgot. They gave her the boy to stop the sickness. Eliza didn't speak. She simply nodded and held his hand. Some truths weren't meant to be carried alone. But the village, for all its secrets and silence, had healed. The tree in the center no longer pulsed with strange energy. It stood there, tall and beautiful, offering shade to children and fruit to those who asked. People had returned to the soil. Crops grew again. The cattle that once refused to feed began to gain weight. Yet one night, as the frost settled on the edge of rooftops and the air smelled of snow, a sound echoed from the forest that hadn't been heard since the chamber sealed shut. A low hum, faint and sorrowful. Thomas and Eliza woke instantly. And so did Caleb. He had grown since that day. Taller, stronger, but quieter too. Something inside him had changed. Something even he couldn't name. And when the humming started, it was Caleb who rose from bed, put on his boots, and walked toward the woods without a word. Eliza followed. Thomas did not. He stayed behind, staring at the ceiling of the cottage as the wind whispered through the cracks. It's not over, he whispered to himself. The forest greeted them with silence. No crunch of branches, no rustle of wind. Just a single path that hadn't existed before. Fresh, clear, like something or someone was waiting. Caleb didn't hesitate. He walked as if drawn by something deeper than curiosity. Eliza struggled to keep up, but she didn't call to him. She remembered how the chamber had opened the first time, how the land seemed to guide them, not stop them. Then, without warning, they reached the clearing. The door, once sealed by stone and time, was open again. Not torn apart or broken, but gently parted like a curtain pulled aside. From inside came a warm golden light. Familiar, inviting, not like before. And, standing at the threshold, was the figure. The same one, carved in names, wrapped in roots. Only now it looked different, softer. Its face, though still unreadable, seemed less carved from stone and more shaped by sorrow. And in its hands, cupped like holding a fragile flame, it carried something small. Eliza stepped forward. She looked down. A child, a boy, no older than 5. Eyes closed, chest rising and falling with sleep. Caleb froze. His mouth opened slightly. That's me. The figure nodded slowly. Eliza stepped back. But how? The chamber shimmered behind the figure. The tree glowed. And for a moment, 1,000 voices sang. Not in fear, not in warning, but in memory. The sacrifice made. The years lost. The seedling planted. Then the boy stirred. He opened his eyes, and for a brief second, they shimmered like the roots did when they showed the past. And then there were just eyes. Brown. Curious. The figure stepped forward and gently placed the boy at Caleb's feet. Then it turned and walked back into the chamber. The door sealed behind it. Eliza stood frozen. Caleb knelt beside the boy, touching his own face, his own cheek. The child looked up at him without fear, without recognition. I think, Caleb whispered, it gave him back. But why now? Eliza asked. After all these years, he looked at her, blinking slowly. Because it didn't want to be alone. Silence fell over the clearing. Then a bird chirped. One. Then another. The forest breathed again. They returned to the village with the boy in their arms. The people came from their homes in silence, drawn by some invisible string. No one spoke at first. Just wide eyes and uncertain hearts. But Thomas emerged slowly from the crowd, shoulders heavy. He knelt down in front of the child, looking into those brown eyes. Then, with a trembling voice, he said, You're not mine. But you were. The child nodded once, as if understanding something deeper than words. They named him Alder, for the tree that had once saved the village and nearly destroyed it too. And in time, Alder grew. He didn't remember the chamber, or the glowing tree, or the name Caleb had once carried in his dreams. But sometimes, when the moon was full, Alder would walk to the edge of the forest and hum a melody no one taught him. And the trees would lean a little closer, just to listen. And deep beneath the roots, where no one dared to go, something old and forgotten smiled. Not in victory, not in vengeance, but in peace. The land at last was quiet. But the story? The story was just beginning. The wind faded first. Then the glow beneath their skins slowly dimmed, until only the pale shimmer of the weeping tree remained. Thomas blinked slowly. The chamber had stopped shaking. The figure with the carved names stood still beside the tree, as if rooted to it now, part of it. Or maybe it always had been. The water around the roots no longer shimmered with visions. It just sat still, quiet, like a pond untouched for years. The chamber, once alive with sound and energy, had become something else. A resting place. Not for bodies, but for stories. Eliza looked at Thomas, her eyes raw but steady. "It's done," she said. He nodded. For now. Caleb stood silently beside them, shoulders tense. "What if it asks more of us?" he whispered. "What if it's not finished?" Thomas turned to the carved figure. Its head tilted, as if hearing him, though it didn't speak again. Instead, the tree began to shift, not upward but downward. Slowly, it lowered into the earth, roots curling in on themselves, branches folding like wings. The walls of the chamber responded in kind, stone pulling back into place. A door was forming, and it was closing. Thomas knew, without being told, that they had to leave. Now, they walked back up the spiral, the earth humming around them. When they emerged into the morning light, the forest was still. The birds returned. The air smelled of moss again, of pine and soil and breath. Behind them, the door sealed shut. No sound, no mark, just a slight rise in the earth, as if the ground was exhaling. Eliza whispered, "Will anyone believe us?" Thomas glanced back at the trees. No, and that's fine. By the time they reached the village, the seedling in the square had stopped growing. It now stood fully formed, young, strong, but not threatening. The roots had paused just below the cobblestones, humming faintly if you pressed your hand to them. The villagers gathered around it, watching, waiting. No one spoke. No one ran. They felt it too. The memory, the truth, and they understood. Life in the village changed slowly. Not with grand gestures, but with small acts. People began speaking again, really speaking. Stories were shared that had long been buried. Names were remembered. Graves were visited. Apologies made. The village elder, who had once spoken in riddles and caution, started writing a book, not for himself, but for those who would come next, so they wouldn't forget again. The door in the forest never reopened. But sometimes at dusk, children said they heard whispers from the woods. Not frightening, just familiar. Like someone humming a lullaby in a language they didn't know, but somehow understood. Thomas and Eliza continue their work. Herbs, maps, care for the sick. But they never spoke of the figure carved in names. Not even to each other. Some truths were meant to be carried quietly. Years passed. Then decades. Thomas grew older, slower. Eliza did too. They taught others what they knew. They laughed. They mourned. They lived. And when Thomas finally returned to the edge of the forest one last time, he wasn't afraid. He simply placed both tokens, his and the boys', beneath the old pine tree where it all began. The earth didn't shake. The wind didn't howl. But the trees leaned just slightly closer, as if listening. Then they let him go. In the stillness of the night, the seedling in the square dropped its first leaf. And somewhere beneath the village, something ancient slept again. Not angry, not forgotten, but at peace. The land remembered. And this time, so would they. The village slept. Soft winds rolled over the hills, brushing through wheat fields and thatched roofs like a whispering lullaby. The fires in the hearths had long burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow that danced quietly on stone walls and wooden beams. Eliza sat beneath the great tree in the center of the square, a blanket over her shoulders, a small cup of warm tea resting in her hands. The sky above was clear, stars scattered like spilled grain across a deep indigo canvas. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called once. Then silence. Children slept soundly behind shuttered windows, their dreams calm, the air safe. Alder was one of them, curled up beside the hearth in Caleb's cottage, a woolen blanket pulled to his chin, his breath steady and slow. Thomas, older now, sat by the door, watching him with quiet eyes. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Things had changed. But some things had finally healed. The forest no longer pulsed with warnings. The roots had settled. The tree no longer glowed or hummed with old grief. It had become just a tree now. But to those who had lived through the story, it was still something more. A guardian, a memory, a promise. And beneath that sleeping village, in the deep earth that had once groaned and spoken and dreamed, everything was finally still. Peace had taken root, and it would grow. Softly now, let your own breath fall into rhythm with the story. In and out, the roads are quiet, the fires are low, and nothing stirs in the dark but the calm night wind. Wherever you are, whoever you are, your journey tonight is finished. There's nothing more to do. Let the fields fade. Let the forest fall away. Let the story rest and sleep. The seasons rolled forward like a quiet wheel. Winter fell softly over the village that year. It didn't arrive with violent snowstorms or biting winds, but with a steady hush, as though even the weather had learned to tread gently here. The villagers moved more slowly, bundled in wool and wrapped in stories they only half believed but never forgot. Eliza found herself walking more. Not to gather, not to deliver anything, but just to be. Her steps traced the edges of the village and stretched out to the hills where the sheep grazed. Sometimes she went to the stone circle where the old elders had once met. Other times, she visited the spot near the woods where the chamber had once opened. It remained closed now, completely still. Even the humming had stopped. But every now and then, she saw Alder sitting there too, legs crossed, his hands in the frost-covered grass. He didn't ask questions about that day anymore. He didn't have to. Something inside him already knew. Not the names, or the faces, or the events exactly, but the shape of it. Like how a tree knows where the sun will rise long before it crests the hill. Alder had grown faster than most boys. Taller, stronger, but still quiet. He would help Thomas with tools in the morning, then read aloud to the younger children in the afternoon. He liked stories, the old ones, the strange ones, especially the ones with trees that whispered and roots that held memories. One evening, while the fires burned low and the scent of roasted squash filled the air, Caleb sat across from Alder in their small home. The boy was threading a piece of twine through a bone whistle he'd carved himself. "You were right, you know," Alder said without looking up. "About what?" Caleb asked, sipping warm cider. That it wasn't angry. The thing in the forest. The one with the names. Caleb paused. "You remember it?" "Not the way people do," Alder said. "I feel it. Like a story I dreamt a long time ago. But the feelings are clear. It didn't want to hurt us. It just didn't want to be forgotten." Caleb nodded slowly, watching the fire crackle and spit. "Sometimes I wonder if forgetting is what protected us. And sometimes I think remembering is what saved us." Alder tied off the knot and lifted the whistle to his lips. He didn't blow it, just held it. Can be both. I think it has to be. The days passed slowly, and then, all at once, spring returned, with green shoots breaking through the softened ground. Children ran barefoot through the fields again. Birds nested in the rafters. The bees returned. Eliza began teaching younger women how to recognize herbs, how to bind wounds, how to listen more than they speak. She no longer needed to care for everyone. She simply guided. Thomas, though older now and slower in the knees, still worked with wood. He repaired doors and carts, carved bowls and whistles, and sometimes, when no one was looking, small figurines of the people he missed. He rarely spoke about what he'd seen in the chamber, but he once told Caleb, quietly over a mug of ale, that some doors don't close because they're locked. They close because they're tired. It was never a curse, he said. It was just grief. That deep old kind. The kind the land carries when it's lost something too big to bury. One summer night, when the stars painted the sky in quiet colors, Alder came home with something in his hand. A tiny stone, smooth and round, warm even in the night air. "I found it near the tree," he said. Caleb looked at it. "It's not just a stone." "No," Alder said, curling his fingers around it. "I think it's a seed. They planted it together. Not in the village square, not in the woods, but on a hill overlooking both, where the wind was strong and the view was wide." The villagers watched, but didn't ask questions. Some things they'd learned were better left unspoken, at least at first. In time, that seed grew. Not fast, not like magic, but true. A sapling first, then a tree. And in the years that followed, as generations changed and stories softened into bedtime murmurs, that tree stood as a quiet keeper of a memory that had once almost been lost. Visitors from other towns sometimes came. They'd hear about the strange little village with the warm harvests and peaceful air. Some stayed. Others simply asked why the children here seemed wiser than their years. No one had an easy answer, but the old ones would smile. And if the visitors were kind and curious, they might be told a version of the tale. The tree, the chamber, the figure with the carved names. Most didn't believe it, but those who slept under that tree, even once, said their dreams were clearer, that they woke lighter, like they'd left something behind, or picked something up. They couldn't quite say. Years passed. Alder became a man. He took on the role Caleb once had, a quiet guide. He never claimed to lead, never called himself anything important. But people came to him when things went wrong, and they left feeling better. When Caleb passed, it was Alder who held his hand. There were no tears, not at first, just gratitude. And when they buried him, it was under the sapling, which by then had grown tall and wide and strong. Alder carved one word into the bark. Home. Not a name, not a date, just that. Because that's what Caleb had made this place. A home. Not by force, but by listening, by trusting, by staying when he could have run. Eliza outlived most. Her hair turned silver, and her hands grew stiff, but her eyes remained sharp. In her final days, she sat by the fire and told Alder something he never forgot. You can love the land, she said, but never forget it loved you first. He asked her what she meant, and she smiled. You'll understand when the time comes. She passed with no pain, and the roots of the great tree trembled ever so slightly that night, as though acknowledging her. Time moved forward as it always does. The village grew, but not too much. The fields expanded, but the woods remained untouched. Children were raised with stories that weren't quite fairy tales. And every so often, when a young one wandered too close to the clearing in the forest, they'd say they heard a soft hum, like someone singing from long ago. No one was afraid of it anymore. They listened. Alder grew older too. Lines formed around his eyes. He took long walks each morning and rested beneath the tree by noon. He would close his eyes and let the wind carry his thoughts. One day, a girl sat beside him. She couldn't have been older than 10. Is it true, she asked, about the tree that saved the village? He smiled. It's true that stories matter. Did it really glow? He paused. Sometimes things shine, but only if you're paying attention. She thought about that. Why doesn't it glow now? Because it doesn't need to. We see it now. That's enough. The girl nodded and leaned against the trunk. I'm going to tell my mom I saw it shine anyway. He laughed, deep and warm. That's a good story. The wind picked up then, rustling the branches. The leaves whispered secrets in a language only the land could understand. And far below, deeper than roots or rock, something stirred, not out of hunger or pain or longing, but joy, because it hadn't been forgotten. And that was all I ever wanted. As the sun dipped low and the sky turned orange, Alder leaned back, closed his eyes, and listened. Not for danger, not for sorrow, just for peace. And the world answered with silence, the kind that meant everything was exactly where it should be. So if you've come this far, if the story carried you through, maybe now you understand. The past is never just history. It lives in roots and stones and whispers and choices. It lives in people who listen and people who stay. And it lives in you. So rest now. Let the story fade like the last light of the day. You're safe. You're home. And all is quiet. Sleep well. The wind carried a different scent now. One of change, of distant fires, and of stories yet to unfold. The village, once a haven of peace and whispered legends, stood at the cusp of a new chapter. The great tree, which had silently witnessed generations come and go, seemed to lean ever so slightly, as if listening to the murmurs of the earth and the secrets it held. Alder, now a young man, often found himself drawn to the outskirts, where the forest met the open fields. The boundary between the known and the unknown had always intrigued him. With each passing day, the forest's edge seemed to beckon more insistently, its shadows dancing with possibilities. One morning, as the first light painted the sky in hues of gold and rose, Alder ventured deeper into the woods than ever before. The trees stood tall and silent, their leaves rustling softly, sharing tales only they understood. It was here, amidst the dense foliage, that he stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen. A circle of stones, ancient and worn, encasing a pool of water so still it mirrored the sky. Kneeling beside the pool, Alder noticed symbols etched into the stones, markings that pulsed faintly with a light of their own. As he reached out to touch one, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a whisper. The past is but a prologue. Startled, Alder looked around, but the forest had returned to its tranquil state. The whisper lingered in his mind, a riddle wrapped in mystery. Returning to the village, he shared his discovery with Eliza, now the village elder. Her eyes, though aged, sparkled with curiosity. The world beyond our borders holds many secrets, she mused. Perhaps it's time we listen more closely. Word of Alder's find spread, stirring a mix of excitement and apprehension among the villagers. Some saw it as an omen, others as an opportunity. Preparations began for an expedition to uncover the origins of the stone circle and the meaning behind the whispered message. As days turned into weeks, the village buzzed with activity. Maps were drawn, supplies gathered, and stories exchanged. Alder, Eliza, and a select few prepared to journey beyond the familiar, into lands marked by legends and forgotten truths. The journey ahead promised challenges and revelations, testing bonds and beliefs. But amidst the uncertainty, one thing was clear. The world was vast, and their story was far from over. They set out at first light, when the mist still clung to the ground and the trees seemed to whisper in their sleep. Alder led the group quietly, his thoughts heavy with questions that had no answers yet. Behind him walked Eliza, leaning gently on a staff carved with symbols from another time, her eyes watchful and wise. The others followed, a baker's son named Tomlin, who had never left the village before. Mira, a skilled tracker who had always been more at home in the wild than by any hearth, and old Garrick, the village blacksmith whose silent strength often said more than words could. The path through the woods was familiar for the first mile or two, but soon they crossed into areas none of them had walked before. The trees here were older, their trunks wide and twisted like the limbs of giants. The canopy let in only fragments of sunlight, and the deeper they went, the more it felt like stepping into another time. Every now and then, Mira paused to touch the bark of a tree or study broken branches, her senses tuned to things the others couldn't see. She said little, but when she spoke, everyone listened. It wasn't long before they found signs of something strange. Carvings in the bark of certain trees, spirals, stars, and unfamiliar runes. They weren't fresh, but they hadn't faded with time either. The symbols looked almost burned into the wood, as if the trees themselves had grown them. Eliza studied them quietly and said they weren't from any language she knew, but they reminded her of the stories her grandmother used to tell, about the old ones who lived before the stone houses and thatched roofs, before the plows and fires, back when the world was young and full of hidden places. The further they walked, the more Alder felt something shift around them. It wasn't just the quiet or the weight of the trees. It was as if the forest itself was watching. Mira stopped at a thick patch of moss and pointed to a footprint. Not animal, she said. Human. Barefoot. Big. Old Garrick crouched beside it and touched the edge of the print. The moss around it was undisturbed, except for the mark itself, which looked fresh. No broken twigs, no scuff marks, he said, as if they appeared out of nothing. They moved on more cautiously after that, eyes searching every shadow, ears straining for sounds. Birds were quiet here. The breeze had a chill to it, and the air smelled faintly of stone and something like smoke, though there were no fires to be seen. Around mid-afternoon, they found a structure, or rather, what remained of one. At the base of a low hill, half covered in earth and ivy, stood the ruins of a stone archway. The stones were gray and rough, but the way they were stacked made it clear they hadn't fallen at random. This had been a doorway once, tall and narrow, with markings running up both sides. Some were worn smooth, but others still held their shape. Eliza traced one with her finger, then pulled her hand back quickly, a sharp breath escaping her lips. "It's warm," she said, "like sunlight, but from inside the stone." Tomlin, nervous but curious, asked if it could lead somewhere. Mira circled the hill behind the archway and found a cave entrance, partially hidden by roots and heavy vines. The opening was small, but just large enough for someone to crawl through. It didn't feel like a natural cave. The air that came out of it was dry and still, not damp like most caves, and it smelled faintly of old wood and something else, something metallic. They camped nearby that night, too wary to enter the cave before they rested. Around the fire, they shared stories of the old days. Eliza spoke of the folk who once believed trees had hearts and rivers could speak. Tomlin talked about a dream he'd had the night before. He was standing in the woods, alone, when a voice told him not to follow the stones. Garrick didn't say much. He simply watched the fire, eyes narrowed, his large hands slowly sharpening a blade he'd brought with him. Alder kept staring into the darkness beyond the circle of light, thinking about the whisper he'd heard weeks ago at the pool. The past is but a prologue. That night they heard it, a sound from the woods. Soft at first, then clearer. A voice, singing. It wasn't a language any of them understood. The tone was low, slow, and almost mournful. Mira stood and moved toward the sound, but Eliza stopped her. "No," she said firmly. "We don't follow voices in the dark." The singing stopped soon after, replaced by silence that felt too complete. The group stayed close to the fire, no one sleeping deeply. In the morning, they approached the cave. Mira led, followed by Alder than the rest. Inside, the tunnel was low and narrow at first. Then it opened into a larger chamber. The walls were lined with stone shelves, and on them sat objects that didn't belong in any village. A copper bowl that gave off no reflection, a scroll sealed in wax that was warm to the touch, and a wooden mask with no eye holes but intricate carvings all over the surface. At the center of the room was a stone pedestal. On it sat a single feather, long and white, but tipped with black. It didn't look like any bird they knew. Around the base of the pedestal were more of those strange symbols, etched into the stone, glowing faintly, just like the ones Alder had seen around the pool. Eliza stepped forward and picked up the feather. The room seemed to dim, just slightly. Not darker, exactly, but heavier, like the air itself had thickened. And then they heard a sound, not outside but in their minds. A deep, slow rhythm. A heartbeat. Steady. Ancient. The ground shivered beneath their feet. They didn't speak of it right away. They simply left the cave, walked back into the light, and sat quietly for a time. Then Eliza looked at Alder and said, "We've awakened something." No one disagreed. Later that day, as they began to travel again, Mira pointed out something strange. The trees were different, taller, thicker, and the moss grew on the wrong side of the trunks. She swore the path they'd taken into the woods had changed behind them. What once was a trail was now solid brush, as if the forest itself had shifted. It felt less like they were exploring and more like they were being led. Alder started to notice dreams again, odd ones. He dreamed of a tower made of bone, reaching into a sky with no stars. He dreamed of a door opening, not with hands, but with thought. Each time he woke, the whisper was back in his ears. The past is but a prologue. They began to mark the trees as they traveled, trying to make sure they didn't lose their way. But by the third day, some of their marks were gone. Not faded gone, as if they had never been there. Then came the footprints again. Bare, large, deep, always ahead of them, never behind. Mira stopped once, kneeling to inspect one. Same as before, she said. But this time, they're fresher. Alder felt the hair rise on the back of his neck. The feather, still wrapped and carried in his pack, seemed to grow heavier each day. He didn't tell the others, but some nights, when he touched it, he saw flashes of something. Images of people with hollow eyes, standing in a circle of stones, chanting in a language he didn't know. He started to wonder if the circle he'd first found was one of many. Maybe they weren't just relics. Maybe they were connected. Maybe the stories the old folks used to tell, about places that remembered, about forests that didn't forget, maybe they were more than just bedtime tales. And all the while, the forest around them grew denser, the light dimmer, the air colder. They hadn't seen the sun in 2 days. And yet they pressed on. Whatever lay ahead, they had crossed the line. There was no going back. Not anymore. They moved deeper into the forest, the trees growing denser and the light dimmer. Mira led the way, her eyes scanning for any signs of danger. Alder followed closely, his thoughts consumed by the strange feather and the symbols they had encountered. Eliza walked with a steady pace, her staff tapping against the ground. Tomlin and Garrick brought up the rear, their eyes darting around nervously. Reedsy. As they walked, they came across a clearing with a large stone in the center. The stone was covered in moss, but underneath, they could see more of the strange symbols. Eliza approached the stone and placed her hand on it. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "This is old," she said. "Older than anything we've seen so far. These symbols, they speak of a time before our village existed. A time when the forest was alive in ways we can't imagine." Alder stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the symbols. "What do they say?" he asked. Eliza traced the symbols with her fingers. "They speak of a guardian," she said, "a being that watches over the forest. It is neither good nor evil, but it ensures balance. When the balance is disturbed, the guardian awakens." The group fell silent, the weight of Eliza's words settling over them. They continued their journey, the forest growing ever more mysterious. As night fell, they set up camp near a small stream. The sound of the water was soothing, but the air was thick with tension. They sat around the fire, each lost in their own thoughts. Mira broke the silence. "I saw something today," she said, a shadow moving through the trees. It was tall and moved quickly. I couldn't get a good look at it, but it was watching us. Tomlin shivered. "Do you think it's a guardian?" he asked. Eliza shook her head. "I don't know," she said, "but we must be cautious. The forest is changing, and we're not alone." That night, Alder had a dream. He was standing in the clearing with the stone, the symbols glowing brightly. The forest around him was alive, the trees whispering secrets. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was tall and cloaked, its face hidden. It raised a hand and pointed at Alder. "The balance has been disturbed," it said. "You must restore it." Alder woke with a start, the words echoing in his mind. He sat up and looked around. The fire had died down, and the others were asleep. He got up and walked to the stream, the cool water calming his nerves. Reedsy. The next morning, they continued their journey. The forest grew darker, the trees closing in around them. They came across a path lined with stones, each etched with symbols. Eliza studied them carefully. "This path leads to the heart of the forest," she said. "We must follow it." As they walked, the air grew colder. They could hear whispers in the wind, voices speaking in a language they couldn't understand. The path led them to a large clearing, at the center of which stood a massive tree. Its branches stretched high into the sky, and its trunk was covered in the same symbols they had seen before. Eliza approached the tree and placed her hand on the trunk. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "This is the heart of the forest," she said. "The guardian resides here." Suddenly, the ground shook, and a low rumble echoed through the clearing. The tree's branches began to move, and a figure emerged from the trunk. It was tall and cloaked, its face hidden. "You have disturbed the balance," it said. "You must restore it." The group stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Alder stepped forward, the feather in his hand. "We seek to understand," he said, "to restore the balance." The figure nodded. "Then you must prove your worth," it said. "Face the trials and restore the balance." With that, the figure disappeared, and the ground beneath them opened up, revealing a path leading underground. The group looked at each other, determination in their eyes. They stepped onto the path, ready to face whatever trials awaited them. The journey had only just begun. Alder felt the hair rise on the back of his neck. The feather, still wrapped and carried in his pack, seemed to grow heavier each day. He didn't tell the others, but some nights, when he touched it, he saw flashes of something. Images of people with hollow eyes, standing in a circle of stones, chanting in a language he didn't know. He started to wonder if the circle he'd first found was one of many. Maybe they weren't just relics. Maybe they were connected. Maybe the stories the old folks used to tell, about places that remembered, about forests that didn't forget, maybe they were more than just bedtime tales. And all the while, the forest around them grew denser, the light dimmer, the air colder. They hadn't seen the sun in 2 days. And yet they pressed on. Whatever lay ahead, they had crossed the line. There was no going back. Not anymore. They descended into the darkness, the narrow passage twisting and turning beneath the roots of the great tree. The air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of earth and something faintly metallic. The only sounds were their footsteps and the occasional drip of water echoing through the cavern. Every shadow seemed to move. Every distant whisper felt like a warning. Each step deepened the sense of unease, as if the forest itself was watching, waiting. Alder tightened his grip on the feather, the strange talisman that had set their journey in motion. It pulsed faintly in his palm, as though alive, responding to something beyond sight. Mira walked just ahead of him, her sharp eyes cutting through the gloom. Eliza carried a small lantern, its soft glow barely pushing back the darkness. Tomlin and Garrick brought up the rear, their hands never far from their weapons. The path opened into a wide chamber carved from stone, walls covered in the same mysterious symbols that had marked the forest above. Faint blue light shimmered from cracks in the rock, revealing ancient carvings of creatures half human, half beast, guardians or warnings, they couldn't tell. The air was heavy, thick with the weight of forgotten stories and unspoken dangers. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, and from the shadows stepped a figure cloaked in tattered robes. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, but eyes like glowing embers pierced the gloom. The figure raised a hand, and a voice echoed softly through the chamber, both distant and near. You seek to restore balance, yet you carry the seed of disruption. The trials will test not only your strength, but the truth in your hearts. Mira swallowed hard, but stepped forward. We are ready. Tell us what we must do. The figure's gaze shifted to each of them, as if reading the very essence of their souls. First, you must face the trial of shadows. In the darkness, your fears will take shape. Only by facing them can you proceed. Without warning, the chamber plunged into complete darkness. Panic flickered in the group's eyes, but Eliza's steady voice cut through the silence. Remember, fear is a shadow we cast ourselves. Trust in each other. One by one, shapes began to emerge from the darkness, figures twisted by their deepest fears. For Alder, it was the image of his village burning, smoke choking the sky, cries echoing in the wind. Mira faced a shadowy figure that whispered of failure, of losing those she cared for. Each trial dredged up memories and doubts they had buried long ago. Yet they pressed on, holding to the faint light of their courage. The chamber seemed to pulse with every heartbeat, every step bringing them closer to an unknown fate. When the shadows finally receded, they found themselves breathless, changed. The figure reappeared, nodding in approval. The first test is passed, but many more lie ahead. The forest's balance is fragile, and so is your resolve. The group moved forward into deeper caverns, where whispers grew louder, twisting into voices that questioned their intentions and sowed seeds of mistrust. Tomlin began to falter, haunted by doubts about their mission. Garrick's suspicion deepened, and tension simmered beneath their footsteps. In this maze of stone and secrets, the lines between ally and enemy blurred. Was the guardian a force of protection or a prisoner of ancient grudges? Could they trust the strange symbols that guided them, or were they lured into a trap? As they reached a vast underground lake, the water's surface was unnervingly still. A small island sat in its center, crowned by a twisted tree that pulsed with an eerie light. The next step in their trial. The figure's voice echoed again. To restore balance, you must sacrifice what you hold most dear. The weight of those words pressed down on them. Each had come seeking answers, but now they faced impossible choices that threatened to unravel their bonds. The forest's secrets were no longer distant mysteries. They were immediate, tangible, and dangerous. The firelight flickered in their eyes as they prepared to cross the water, knowing the greatest challenge was yet to come. Every instinct screamed caution, but turning back was no longer an option. Outside, the forest remained silent, but the air had shifted. Something was waiting, something ancient and unforgiving. And as they stepped onto the raft that would carry them across the lake, the unseen eyes of the guardian watched, measuring the worth of those who dared to seek balance in a world forged by shadows. The raft drifted silently across the still waters, the twisted tree on the island growing larger with each passing moment. A cold mist curled over the lake's surface, swallowing the faint glow of their lanterns and muting the sounds of the forest beyond. Each person on board was lost in their own thoughts, the weight of the guardian's words pressing heavily on their hearts. To restore balance, they had to sacrifice what they held most dear. But none had yet guessed what that sacrifice truly meant. As the raft neared the island's shore, a sudden shudder ran through the water. The surface rippled violently, and from the depths emerged something unexpected. An ancient creature, part serpent, part shadow, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural intelligence. The group froze, the tension snapping tight like a drawn bow. This was no ordinary guardian or simple test. The forest had unleashed a protector that seemed to know their fears, their secrets. The creature circled the raft, its scales shimmering under the lantern light, reflecting not just the present but flickers of the past. Alder's heart pounded as visions of his childhood flooded back. Not just memories, but warnings from the forest itself. He realized this trial was far more personal than he had imagined. The creature was not just a challenge, but a mirror, revealing the deep-rooted fears each of them carried, the hidden doubts that could tear them apart from within. Suddenly, the creature lunged, but instead of attacking, it brushed past them, almost gently, and sank back beneath the water. A ripple of confusion passed through the group, but the island's twisted tree pulsed brighter, as if demanding their attention. Mira stepped forward cautiously, feeling the tug of something unseen. As her fingers brushed the bark, the tree's surface rippled like water, revealing a hidden doorway glowing faintly with an ethereal light. But before anyone could react, the water around the raft surged again, and a second figure emerged, one they had never expected to see. It was Alara, the lost guardian of the forest, believed to have vanished centuries ago. Her eyes held centuries of sorrow and wisdom, but also a hint of something darker. Her presence was both a blessing and a warning. She spoke softly, but with undeniable power. You think the sacrifice is simple, but the true cost is far greater. The balance you seek is fragile, and to restore it, you must confront not just the forest trials, but the shadows within yourselves. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Alara's return meant their journey was entwined with ancient prophecies and hidden betrayals. Was she truly there to guide them? Or was her presence a sign that something far more dangerous was unfolding beneath the surface? Tension flared as mistrust crept in. Tomlin's grip on his weapon tightened, his eyes flickering between Alara and the others. Garrick's suspicion hardened into quiet resentment, and even Mira found herself questioning every decision made so far. The once united group now seemed fractured, each member wrestling with their own fears and suspicions. Alara's gaze swept over them, as if seeing through their doubts. The trials are far from over, she warned. Beneath this forest lies a secret that could shatter everything you believe. To survive, you must face the darkness not just outside, but inside yourselves. The air grew thick with unspoken questions and a chilling uncertainty. What secret did the forest hide so fiercely? How far were they willing to go to uncover the truth? And at what cost? As the first steps onto the islands, shore sent ripples through the quiet waters. The forest seemed to hold its breath. The boundary between friend and foe blurred, and the true nature of their quest shifted beneath their feet. With the stakes higher than ever, they knew the path ahead would test their courage, their trust, and their very souls. In the shadow of the twisted tree, the next chapter of their journey began. Not with certainty, but with a question that lingered in the air. Could balance ever be restored in a world built on secrets and sacrifice? The silence on the island was heavier than before, almost like the trees themselves were waiting. Mira stood frozen before the door in the twisted tree, her breath shallow, her heart pounding. The others hovered behind her, unsure of what they might find on the other side. Alara's presence had changed everything. Her warning echoed in each of their minds, and despite the time they'd spent together, uncertainty now walked between them like an invisible shadow. Mira took a deep breath and stepped through the tree's veil of light. The moment she passed through, the forest changed. No longer thick with vines or shadows, it became a place of memories, a projection of what once was. The trees were younger, the air warmer, and the ground bloomed with color. But it was also a place filled with echoes. Ghosts of the past moved through the trees, guardians long gone, villagers lost to time, and ancient ceremonies repeating endlessly. One by one, the others followed. Inside this place of memory, each was drawn in different directions. Garrick found himself standing in the ruins of a village where his family had once lived, hearing the laughter of people who no longer breathed. Tomlin wandered into a silent hall where his ancestors had made the pact with the forest, realizing the weight of every broken promise that came after. Mira stood alone at the center, where a giant stone altar stood cracked, and beneath it, roots that glowed with a heartbeat not entirely natural. It was Alder who uncovered the truth first. Deep underground, behind a broken seal, he found the remnants of the forest's original heart. A sacred tree unlike any other. Its bark had been scorched and its roots torn. Long ago, someone had tried to steal its power. The balance had been broken not by accident, but by greed. The first generation of settlers, fearing the power of the forest, had wounded it. That wound had never healed. And now, the forest wasn't just trying to protect itself. It was trying to survive. They returned to Mira at the altar, each carrying knowledge that made the pieces fit. Alara stood silently nearby, her gaze heavy. She confessed what none of them wanted to hear. She had helped the settlers. She had believed that limiting the forest's power would protect future generations. But the forest had punished her for her betrayal, binding her in silence, allowing her to live while everything else was lost. Now the forest demanded a final act of balance. One soul must stay and become its guardian. One must willingly give up their life beyond the trees to repair the bond. The group erupted. Garrick stepped forward, volunteering, but Mira stopped him. Tomlin argued that they should destroy the altar entirely, to let the forest die rather than continue the cycle of sacrifice. Alara said that would kill not only the forest, but the land for miles beyond. No crops, no rain, no renewal. The earth would turn to dust. In that moment, Mira looked at the roots glowing beneath her feet. She saw something no one else could, her own mother's face. Her mother, who had vanished when Mira was young, thought dead in one of the forest storms. But the forest had kept her just like Alara, not alive, not dead, just watching. With quiet resolve, Mira stepped toward the altar. "I'll stay," she whispered. "This ends with me." The forest pulsed. A wind stirred through the memory world, and the roots wrapped gently around her wrists. She felt peace, not fear. The forest wasn't angry anymore. It was relieved. The others cried out. Garrick tried to pull her away. Tomlin pleaded, but Alara raised her hand. "She's chosen. The forest accepts." Mira turned to them one last time. "Go home. Tell them the forest isn't our enemy. It just remembers." The light swallowed her. Then everything shifted. The world snapped back into the present. The mist cleared. The twisted tree cracked apart, its bark falling away to reveal fresh green beneath. The vines retracted. The animals returned, the air filled with life. But Mira was gone, or so they thought. As the group stepped back onto the raft, preparing to leave the island, Alder spotted something on the shore. A figure, tall and cloaked in green, watching from the trees. It was Mira, but changed. Her eyes now glowed faintly. Her voice carried on the wind. The balance is kept, but never forget, if broken again, there will be no second chance. Then she vanished. The raft floated quietly away, the water calm and smooth, the forest finally at rest. Back in the village, crops began to thrive again. Rain returned. The stories of the forest changed. Not warnings, but respect. Children were taught not to fear the trees, but to listen to them. And once a year, a lantern would appear on the lake. No one ever said who lit it, but it always pointed toward the island, toward the place where one girl gave up everything, so the world could begin again. But the forest, though at peace, still listened, still watched, because deep beneath the soil, among the roots of the heart tree, something else had awakened, something older, something not entirely of this world, and it was still waiting. The silence on the island was heavier than before, almost like the trees themselves were waiting. Mira stood frozen before the door in the twisted tree, her breath shallow, her heart pounding. The others hovered behind her, unsure of what they might find on the other side. Alara's presence had changed everything. Her warning echoed in each of their minds, and despite the time they'd spent together, uncertainty now walked between them like an invisible shadow. Mira took a deep breath and stepped through the tree's veil of light. The moment she passed through, the forest changed. No longer thick with vines or shadows, it became a place of memories, a projection of what once was. The trees were younger, the air warmer, and the ground bloomed with color. But it was also a place filled with echoes. Ghosts of the past moved through the trees, guardians long gone, villagers lost to time, and ancient ceremonies repeating endlessly. One by one, the others followed. Inside this place of memory, each was drawn in different directions. Garrick found himself standing in the ruins of a village where his family had once lived, hearing the laughter of people who no longer breathed. Tomlin wandered into a silent hall where his ancestors had made the pact with the forest, realizing the weight of every broken promise that came after. Mira stood alone at the center, where a giant stone altar stood cracked, and beneath it, roots that glowed with a heartbeat not entirely natural. It was Alder who uncovered the truth first. Deep underground, behind a broken seal, he found the remnants of the forest's original heart. A sacred tree unlike any other. Its bark had been scorched and its roots torn. Long ago, someone had tried to steal its power. The balance had been broken not by accident, but by greed. The first generation of settlers, fearing the power of the forest, had wounded it. That wound had never healed. And now, the forest wasn't just trying to protect itself, it was trying to survive. They returned to Mira at the altar, each carrying knowledge that made the pieces fit. Alara stood silently nearby, her gaze heavy. She confessed what none of them wanted to hear. She had helped the settlers. She had believed that limiting the forest's power would protect future generations. But the forest had punished her for her betrayal, binding her in silence, allowing her to live while everything else was lost. Now the forest demanded a final act of balance. One soul must stay and become its guardian. One must willingly give up their life beyond the trees to repair the bond. The group erupted. Garrick stepped forward, volunteering, but Mira stopped him. Tomlin argued that they should destroy the altar entirely, to let the forest die rather than continue the cycle of sacrifice. Alara said that would kill not only the forest, but the land for miles beyond. No crops, no rain, no renewal. The earth would turn to dust. In that moment, Mira looked at the roots glowing beneath her feet. She saw something no one else could, her own mother's face. Her mother, who had vanished when Mira was young, thought dead in one of the forest storms. But the forest had kept her just like Alara, not alive, not dead, just watching. With quiet resolve, Mira stepped toward the altar. "I'll stay," she whispered. This ends with me. The forest pulsed. A wind stirred through the memory world, and the roots wrapped gently around her wrists. She felt peace, not fear. The forest wasn't angry anymore. It was relieved. The others cried out. Garrick tried to pull her away. Tomlin pleaded, but Alara raised her hand. She's chosen. The forest accepts. Mira turned to them one last time. Go home. Tell them the forest isn't our enemy. It just remembers. The light swallowed her. Then everything shifted. The world snapped back into the present. The mist cleared. The twisted tree cracked apart, its bark falling away to reveal fresh green beneath. The vines retracted. The animals returned. The air filled with life. But Mira was gone, or so they thought. As the group stepped back onto the raft, preparing to leave the island, Alder spotted something on the shore. A figure, tall and cloaked in green, watching from the trees. It was Mira, but changed. Her eyes now glowed faintly. Her voice carried on the wind. The balance is kept, but never forget, if broken again, there will be no second chance. Then she vanished. The raft floated quietly away, the water calm and smooth, the forest finally at rest. Back in the village, crops began to thrive again. Rain returned. The stories of the forest changed. Not warnings, but respect. Children were taught not to fear the trees, but to listen to them. And once a year, a lantern would appear on the lake. No one ever said who lit it, but it always pointed toward the island, toward the place where one girl gave up everything, so the world could begin again. But the forest, though at peace, still listened, still watched, because deep beneath the soil, among the roots of the heart tree, something else had awakened. Something older, something not entirely of this world. And it was still waiting. They had returned to the village, but the forest was no longer the same. The twisted tree on the island had cracked open, revealing fresh green beneath, and the animals had returned. The air was filled with life, and the crops began to thrive again. Rain returned, and the stories of the forest changed. Not warnings, but respect. Children were taught not to fear the trees, but to listen to them. And once a year, a lantern would appear on the lake, pointing toward the island where Mira had given up everything so the world could begin again. But the forest, though at peace, still listened, still watched, because deep beneath the soil, among the roots of the heart tree, something else had awakened, something older, something not entirely of this world, and it was still waiting. The villagers noticed subtle changes. The birds sang new songs, unfamiliar and haunting. The wind carried whispers that spoke of forgotten names and ancient promises. The forest paths shifted, leading travelers astray. Some said they saw figures in the trees, tall, cloaked in green, with eyes that glowed faintly. Others spoke of dreams filled with visions of a time before time, of a world untouched by man. Alder, now the village elder, felt the change most keenly. He would sit by the lake, staring at the island, remembering Mira and the sacrifice she had made. He wondered if the balance they had restored was truly stable, or if they had merely delayed an inevitable reckoning. He began to write down his thoughts, his memories, hoping to preserve the truth for future generations. One night, as he sat by the lake, a figure emerged from the trees. It was Mira, but changed. Her eyes glowed brighter, her presence more ethereal. She spoke of a new threat, one that had been awakened by their actions. An ancient force, older than the forest itself, that sought to reclaim the world. She warned that the balance was fragile, and that they must prepare for what was to come. The villagers listened to Alder's warnings, but many dismissed them as the ramblings of an old man haunted by the past. They continued their lives, unaware of the growing darkness beneath their feet. But the forest knew. It whispered to those who would listen, urging them to remember, to prepare. And so, the story continued, the cycle unbroken. The forest watched, waited, and whispered, its secrets hidden among the trees, its truths buried beneath the soil. The balance had been restored, but for how long? Only time would tell. The first light of dawn crept through the dense canopy of the ancient forest, brushing gold across the leaves and glinting off the wet grass of the village paths. The storm had passed. The ground, once trembling under the weight of something dark and unspoken, had finally fallen still. For the first time in weeks, the birdsong was clear and uninterrupted. The people of the village stepped outside their homes slowly, blinking at the quiet and wondering if the danger had truly ended or simply retreated back into the woods from where it came. Alder stood near the old well, the worn wood beneath his hand slick with dew. He looked out across the field where the final stand had been made, where so many truths had unraveled. The memories came back slowly. Myra's voice calling out, the lights in the trees, the way the ground had opened as if the world itself had been ready to swallow the past whole. He still didn't fully understand what they had disturbed, but he understood what they had protected, the balance of something much older than any of them. Mira had not returned after that night. Her absence sat like a weight in the air, noticeable in every silent pause. Some whispered that she had become part of the forest itself, absorbed by the very force they had tried to calm. Others believed she had chosen to stay behind, deep beneath the roots, to ensure the darkness stayed buried. Alder, though he missed her deeply, found peace in either possibility. She had always been the one who walked between worlds, and perhaps she had simply gone where she was meant to be. The villagers, once skeptical and afraid, now worked with a quiet reverence. The old stories were told again, but this time with new meaning. Children were taught not only how to plant and harvest, but how to listen. They were shown which trees never shed their leaves, which stones were warm even on cold nights, and what signs in the clouds might mean more than weather. The forest was no longer feared, but neither was it taken for granted. Subtle changes lingered in the air. The crops grew stronger, their roots deeper. The streams were clearer, the fish more plentiful. The forest paths seemed more direct, more forgiving. No one spoke of it out loud, but all felt it, that sense of something having been restored. They had passed through something dark and ancient, and come out the other side not untouched, but more awake. Tom Lin, once the quiet apprentice who followed Myra's every step, had grown into his own role in the village. He was no longer just a learner, but a protector. He took over Myra's old duties, walking the forest lines, watching for changes, and listening to the rhythm of the woods. Sometimes he thought he could still hear her, like a soft voice in the breeze or a faint hum from the trees. He didn't speak of it, but it comforted him. There were still questions, of course. No one truly understood what lay beneath the island or how long the peace would last. Some nights, the lake still shimmered with an unnatural light. Some dreams still carried strange symbols and voices. But the villagers learned to live with the mystery. Not all stories needed clear endings. Some truths were best felt, not explained. What mattered was the present, the warmth of shared meals, the laughter of children, the soft rhythm of the wind through the trees. Survival in medieval times had never been just about food or shelter. It had always been about community, trust, and the quiet strength to carry forward, even when the path wasn't clear. And now, with their history written not just in books, but in the very land they stood on, the village carried its legacy with care. The night before the next harvest, the villagers gathered by the lake. A lantern floated again, just as it had that first year. But this time, there was no fear, only remembrance. Alder lit the flame himself, lowering it into the water with steady hands. As it drifted toward the island, the villagers watched in silence, hearts full of everything they had lost and everything they still had. And in that moment, under the stars and beside the whispering forest, it was clear the story was never about one battle or one night. It was about a people who chose to face the darkness, to trust one another, and to pass on what they had learned. The medieval world had been hard, unforgiving, and often cruel. But even in that time, there was room for kindness, for courage, and for hope. The trees swayed gently. The fire on the lake flickered and then dimmed, as if it had reached the place it was meant to rest. The people turned back toward their homes, their steps soft on the earth, their voices low. The forest watched, quiet but not still. Somewhere far below, beneath root and stone, something old continued to sleep. And above, in a world that remained, life went on, tender, strong, and endlessly patient. In the end, survival was never just about fighting. It was about listening, remembering, and growing together. The villagers had learned that history wasn't something behind them. It was around them, in the trees, in the soil, in the silence. And though the danger had passed, the story was far from over. The sun rose over the village, casting a warm glow on the dew-kissed fields. The forest, once a place of mystery and fear, now stood as a guardian of the land. The villagers went about their daily routines, tending to crops and livestock, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature. Peace had returned, and with it, a sense of purpose and unity. Alder, the village elder, sat beneath the ancient oak tree, reflecting on the journey they had undertaken. The memories of Mira and the sacrifices made were etched into his heart. He knew that their story was one of resilience, of facing the unknown with courage and compassion. The lessons learned would guide future generations, ensuring that the balance between humanity and nature remained intact. As the seasons changed, so did the village. Children played in the meadows, their laughter echoing through the trees. Elders shared stories of the past, passing down wisdom and traditions. The community thrived, rooted in the values of respect, harmony, and stewardship. One evening, as the villagers gathered around a bonfire, Alder stood to speak. His voice carried the weight of experience and the warmth of hope. "We have faced darkness and emerged stronger," he began. "Our journey has taught us the importance of unity, of listening to the land and to each other. Let us continue to honor the forest, to live in balance, and to cherish the peace we have found." The villagers nodded in agreement, their faces illuminated by the firelight. They understood that their story was not just about survival, but about growth, connection, and the enduring power of community. As the flames danced and the stars sparkled above, the village embraced the future with open hearts. The forest stood as a silent witness, its leaves whispering tales of the past and dreams of what was yet to come. And so, the story of the village and the forest continued, a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the beauty of living in harmony with the world around us. Sources. As the days grew longer and the warmth of spring settled over the village, the people resumed their daily routines. The agrarian calendar dictated their activities, plowing, sowing, tending, and harvesting crops like barley, oats, and peas. Life was structured around the rhythms of nature and the church, with feasts marking significant events and providing rare opportunities for rest and community gatherings. Yet, beneath this veneer of normalcy, a subtle unease lingered. The forest, once a source of fear and mystery, now stood as a silent guardian. But its silence was not empty. It was watchful. The villagers, though grateful for the peace, couldn't shake the feeling that something ancient still stirred within the woods. Alder, the village elder, often sat beneath the ancient oak tree, reflecting on the journey they had undertaken. He remembered the tales of forest spirits and mythical creatures that had been passed down through generations. Stories of the Leshy, the guardian spirit of the Slavic forests, known for protecting the woods and its inhabitants, or the Green Man, a symbol of rebirth and the cycle of growth each spring. These legends, once dismissed as mere folklore, now held a deeper significance. Tom Lynn, Myra's former apprentice, had taken on the role of the village's protector. He patrolled the forest's edge, listening to its whispers and watching for signs of imbalance. One day, while walking along a familiar path, he noticed a cluster of hazel trees that hadn't been there before. Hazel trees, believed to have magical properties and to protect against evil spirits, were a symbol of fertility in medieval times. Their sudden appearance was both comforting and unsettling. HartofEnglandandForest.org. As Tomlin approached the trees, he felt a strange energy in the air. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying with it a faint whisper. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent. He reached out to touch the bark of one of the trees, and a vision flashed before his eyes. A shadowy figure moving through the forest, its form shifting and indistinct. The image vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Tomlin shaken. Back in the village, Tomlin shared his experience with Alder. The elder listened intently, his brow furrowed. He recalled tales of the Wild Hunt, a spectral group of hunters led by a mythological figure, often associated with Odin in Germanic legends. Seeing the Wild Hunt was thought to forebode catastrophe, such as war or plague. Could this be a warning? Wikipedia. The villagers began to notice other anomalies. Animals behaving strangely, crops growing at an accelerated rate, and dreams filled with cryptic symbols and voices. The sense of unease grew, and the once comforting presence of the forest now felt ominous. Alder convened a meeting in the village square. He spoke of the balance between humanity and nature, of the importance of listening to the land and respecting its rhythms. He urged the villagers to remain vigilant and to support one another in the face of uncertainty. As the sun set and the villagers returned to their homes, the forest stood silent and watchful. The ancient trees whispered among themselves, their secrets hidden in the rustling leaves. The village had survived darkness before, but the true test was yet to come. In the days that followed, the villagers worked together to strengthen their community. They shared resources, supported one another, and took turns patrolling the forest's edge. Tomlin continued his watch, ever alert for signs of imbalance. The forest remained quiet, but the sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. One night, as Tomlin sat by the fire, he felt a presence beside him. He turned to see a figure cloaked in green, its face obscured by a hood. The figure spoke in a voice that was both familiar and otherworldly, warning of a coming storm and urging the villagers to prepare. Tomlin nodded, understanding the gravity of the message. The next morning, Tomlin shared the encounter with Alder and the other villagers. They took the warning to heart, reinforcing their homes, gathering supplies, and preparing for whatever lay ahead. The forest watched, its secrets still hidden, as the village braced for the unknown. The story of the village and the forest continued, a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the enduring power of community. As the villagers faced the challenges ahead, they did so with courage, unity, and a deep respect for the world around them. As the days grew longer and the warmth of spring settled over the village, the people resumed their daily routines. The agrarian calendar dictated their activities: plowing, sowing, tending, and harvesting crops like barley, oats, and peas. Life was structured around the rhythms of nature and the church, with feasts marking significant events and providing rare opportunities for rest and community gatherings. Yet, beneath this veneer of normalcy, a subtle unease lingered. The forest, once a source of fear and mystery, now stood as a silent guardian. But its silence was not empty. It was watchful. The villagers, though grateful for the peace, couldn't shake the feeling that something ancient still stirred within the woods. Alder, the village elder, often sat beneath the ancient oak tree, reflecting on the journey they had undertaken. He remembered the tales of forest spirits and mythical creatures that had been passed down through generations. Stories of the Leshy, the guardian spirit of the Slavic forests, known for protecting the woods and its inhabitants, or the Green Man, a symbol of rebirth and the cycle of growth each spring. These legends, once dismissed as mere folklore, now held a deeper significance. Tomlin, Myra's former apprentice, had taken on the role of the village's protector. He patrolled the forest's edge, listening to its whispers and watching for signs of imbalance. One day, while walking along a familiar path, he noticed a cluster of hazel trees that hadn't been there before. Hazel trees, believed to have magical properties and to protect against evil spirits, were a symbol of fertility in medieval times. Their sudden appearance was both comforting and unsettling. As Tomlin approached the trees, he felt a strange energy in the air. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying with it a faint whisper. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent. He reached out to touch the bark of one of the trees, and a vision flashed before his eyes, a shadowy figure moving through the forest, its form shifting and indistinct. The image vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Tomlin shaken. Back in the village, Tomlin shared his experience with Alder. The elder listened intently, his brow furrowed. He recalled tales of the Wild Hunt, a spectral group of hunters led by a mythological figure, often associated with Odin in Germanic legends. Seeing the Wild Hunt was thought to forebode catastrophe, such as war or plague. Could this be a warning? The villagers began to notice other anomalies. Animals behaving strangely, crops growing at an accelerated rate, and dreams filled with cryptic symbols and voices. The sense of unease grew, and the once comforting presence of the forest now felt ominous. Alder convened a meeting in the village square. He spoke of the balance between humanity and nature, of the importance of listening to the land and respecting its rhythms. He urged the villagers to remain vigilant and to support one another in the face of uncertainty. As the sun set and the villagers returned to their homes, the forest stood silent and watchful. The ancient trees whispered among themselves, their secrets hidden in the rustling leaves. The village had survived darkness before, but the true test was yet to come. In the days that followed, the villagers worked together to strengthen their community. They shared resources, supported one another, and took turns patrolling the forest's edge. Tomlin continued his watch, ever alert for signs of imbalance. The forest remained quiet, but the sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. One night, as Tomlin sat by the fire, he felt a presence beside him. He turned to see a figure cloaked in green, its face obscured by a hood. The figure spoke in a voice that was both familiar and otherworldly, warning of a coming storm and urging the villagers to prepare. Tomlin nodded, understanding the gravity of the message. The next morning, Tomlin shared the encounter with Alder and the other villagers. They took the warning to heart, reinforcing their homes, gathering supplies, and preparing for whatever lay ahead. The forest watched, its secrets still hidden, as the village braced for the unknown. The story of the village and the forest continued, a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the enduring power of community. As the villagers faced the challenges ahead, they did so with courage, unity, and a deep respect for the world around them. The forest silence had become a constant companion, its stillness more unsettling than any noise. The villagers, once comforted by the quiet, now found it oppressive. Each creak of a tree branch, each rustle of leaves, felt like a whisper of impending doom. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very woods were holding their breath. Tomlin's patrols grew more frequent, his eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting. The visions he'd experienced near the hazel trees haunted him, the shadowy figure a constant presence in his thoughts. He confided in Alder, who listened with a grave expression, his own fears mirrored in Tomlin's words. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the village, a low hum began to emanate from the forest. It was subtle at first, barely audible, but grew steadily louder, resonating through the ground and into the villagers' bones. Children clung to their parents, and the elders exchanged worried glances. The hum was unlike anything they'd ever heard, a sound that seemed to come from the very heart of the earth. Alder called for a gathering in the village square. He spoke of ancient tales, of times when the forest had stirred, signaling great change. He urged the villagers to remain united, to trust in one another and in the strength of their community. But beneath his calm exterior, Alder's mind raced with questions. What was the forest trying to tell them? And what role did they play in the events unfolding? As night fell, the hum intensified, accompanied by a faint glow emanating from deep within the woods. Tomlin, unable to resist the pull, ventured toward the light. Each step felt heavy, as if the forest itself was resisting his presence. The trees seemed to close in around him, their branches intertwining to form a dense canopy that blocked out the moonlight. The glow grew brighter, leading him to a clearing he'd never seen before. In the center stood a stone altar covered in moss and vines. Symbols etched into its surface pulsed with a soft, golden light. Tomlin approached cautiously, his heart pounding. As he reached out to touch the altar, a surge of energy coursed through him, and a vision overtook his senses. He saw the village engulfed in darkness, the forest consumed by flames, and a figure cloaked in shadows standing at the edge of the destruction. The vision faded, leaving Tomlin gasping for breath. He stumbled back to the village, his mind reeling. Alder met him at the edge of the forest, concern etched into his features. Tomlin recounted his experience, and Alder's expression grew more solemn. He spoke of an ancient prophecy, one that foretold a time when the balance between the village and the forest would be tested. The signs were clear: the hum, the glow, the visions. The time had come. The villagers prepared for what lay ahead, reinforcing their homes and gathering supplies. They took turns keeping watch, their eyes constantly scanning the forest's edge. The hum persisted, a constant reminder of the looming threat. Tension hung heavy in the air, each day bringing them closer to an unknown fate. As the days passed, the forest began to change. The trees' leaves turned a deep crimson, and the animals that once roamed freely now hid in fear. The villagers' dreams were plagued by images of fire and shadow, their sleep restless and filled with dread. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, leaving them in a constant state of unease. One night, a scream pierced the silence. The villagers rushed to the source, finding a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes wide with terror. She spoke of a figure emerging from the woods, its form shifting and indistinct, its presence overwhelming. Tomlin and Alder exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that the time for action had arrived. They gathered the villagers in the square, outlining a plan to confront the darkness threatening their home. Tomlin would lead a group into the forest to seek out the source of the disturbance, while Alder remained to protect the village and maintain morale. The villagers, though fearful, agreed to stand together against the unknown. As Tomlin and his group ventured into the forest, the hum grew louder, the glow more intense. The trees seemed to whisper warnings, their branches reaching out as if to hold them back. Each step forward was a battle against the oppressive energy that permeated the woods. They pressed on, driven by the need to protect their home and uncover the truth. Deep within the forest, they encountered the figure from Tomlin's visions. Cloaked in shadows, it radiated a power that threatened to overwhelm them. The group stood their ground, drawing strength from one another and the memories of their village. The confrontation was imminent, the outcome uncertain. But they knew that their unity and determination were their greatest weapons against the encroaching darkness. Reedsy, back in the village, Alder led the remaining villagers in fortifying their defenses and preparing for the worst. They lit fires to ward off the darkness, their flames casting flickering shadows that danced across the walls. The hum resonated through the ground, a constant reminder of the battle taking place deep within the forest. They waited, hearts heavy with hope and fear, for the return of their friends and the resolution of the conflict that threatened to consume them all. The forest silence had become a constant companion, its stillness more unsettling than any noise. The villagers, once comforted by the quiet, now found it oppressive. Each creak of a tree branch, each rustle of leaves, felt like a whisper of impending doom. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very woods were holding their breath. Tomlin's patrols grew more frequent, his eyes scanning the tree-line for any sign of movement. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting. The visions he'd experienced near the hazel trees haunted him, the shadowy figure a constant presence in his thoughts. He confided in Alder, who listened with a grave expression, his own fears mirrored in Tomlin's words. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the village, a low hum began to emanate from the forest. It was subtle at first, barely audible, but it grew steadily louder, resonating through the ground and into the villagers' bones. Children clung to their parents, and the elders exchanged worried glances. The hum was unlike anything they'd ever heard, a sound that seemed to come from the very heart of the earth. Alder called for a gathering in the village square. He spoke of ancient tales, of times when the forest had stirred, signaling great change. He urged the villagers to remain united, to trust in one another and in the strength of their community. But beneath his calm exterior, Alder's mind raced with questions. What was the forest trying to tell them? And what role did they play in the events unfolding? As night fell, the hum intensified, accompanied by a faint glow emanating from deep within the woods. Tom Lin, unable to resist the pull, ventured toward the light. Each step felt heavy, as if the forest itself was resisting his presence. The trees seemed to close in around him, their branches intertwining to form a dense canopy that blocked out the moonlight. The glow grew brighter, leading him to a clearing he'd never seen before. In the center stood a stone altar covered in moss and vines. Symbols etched into its surface pulsed with a soft, golden light. Tomlin approached cautiously, his heart pounding. As he reached out to touch the altar, a surge of energy coursed through him, and a vision overtook his senses. He saw the village engulfed in darkness, the forest consumed by flames, and a figure cloaked in shadows standing at the edge of the destruction. The vision faded, leaving Tom Lin gasping for breath. He stumbled back to the village, his mind reeling. Alder met him at the edge of the forest, concern etched into his features. Tom Lin recounted his experience, and Alder's expression grew more solemn. He spoke of an ancient prophecy, one that foretold a time when the balance between the village and the forest would be tested. The signs were clear, the hum, the glow, the visions. The time had come. The villagers prepared for what lay ahead, reinforcing their homes and gathering supplies. They took turns keeping watch, their eyes constantly scanning the forest's edge. The hum persisted, a constant reminder of a looming threat. Tension hung heavy in the air, each day bringing them closer to an unknown fate. As the days passed, the forest began to change. The trees' leaves turned a deep crimson, and the animals that once roamed freely now hid in fear. The villagers' dreams were plagued by images of fire and shadow, their sleep restless and filled with dread. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, leaving them in a constant state of unease. One night, a scream pierced the silence. The villagers rushed to the source, finding a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes wide with terror. She spoke of a figure emerging from the woods, its form shifting and indistinct, its presence overwhelming. Tom Lin and Alder exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that the time for action had arrived. They gathered the villagers in the square, outlining a plan to confront the darkness threatening their home. Tom Lin would lead a group into the forest to seek out the source of the disturbance, while Alder remained to protect the village and maintain morale. The villagers, though fearful, agreed to stand together against the unknown. As Tom Lin and his group ventured into the forest, the hum grew louder, the glow more intense. The trees seemed to whisper warnings, their branches reaching out as if to hold them back. Each step forward was a battle against the oppressive energy that permeated the woods. They pressed on, driven by the need to protect their home and uncover the truth. Deep within the forest, they encountered the figure from Thomlin's visions. Cloaked in shadows, it radiated a power that threatened to overwhelm them. The group stood their ground, drawing strength from one another and the memories of their village. The confrontation was imminent, the outcome uncertain. But they knew that their unity and determination were their greatest weapons against the encroaching darkness. Back in the village, Alder led the remaining villagers in fortifying their defenses and preparing for the worst. They lit fires to ward off the darkness, their flames casting flickering shadows that danced across the walls. The hum resonated through the ground, a constant reminder of the battle taking place deep within the forest. They waited, hearts heavy with hope and fear, for the return of their friends and the resolution of the conflict that threatened to consume them all. Tomlin and his group stood in the heart of the forest, facing the shadowy figure that had haunted their visions. The air was thick with tension, the hum now a deafening roar. The figure stepped forward, revealing a face that mirrored Tomlin's own. Gasps echoed among the group as realization dawned. This was not an enemy from without, but a manifestation of Tomlin's inner turmoil and fears. The figure spoke, its voice a distorted version of Tomlin's. You fear what you do not understand. You fight against the unknown, but it is a part of you. Tomlin felt a surge of emotions, fear, anger, confusion. He realized that the true battle was within himself, a struggle to accept the parts of him he had long suppressed. Drawing strength from his companions, Tomlin stepped forward. I acknowledge my fears, my doubts, but they do not define me. As he spoke, the figure began to dissipate, the shadows lifting. The forest's hum softened, replaced by a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Back in the village, the fires burned steadily, casting a warm glow. Alder watched the forest, sensing the shift in energy. The villagers gathered, hope rekindled in their hearts. When Tomlin and his group emerged, relief washed over them. The darkness had been confronted, not with violence, but with understanding and acceptance. As the village celebrated, a sudden chill swept through the air. The ground trembled, and a fissure opened near the ancient altar. From it emerged a new threat, one not born of fear, but of ambition, a rival village seeking to claim the forest's power for themselves. The villagers realized that while they had conquered their inner demons, external challenges still loomed. But now, united and resilient, they were prepared to face whatever came next. Sources. As dawn broke over the village, a new sense of calm settled in. The forest, once a source of fear, now stood serene, its trees swaying gently in the morning breeze. The hum that had plagued the villagers had ceased, replaced by the harmonious sounds of nature. Tomlin, weary but resolute, returned to the village square where Alder awaited him. Their eyes met, conveying a shared understanding of the trials they had overcome. The villagers gathered, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and anticipation. Tomlin addressed them, his voice steady. The darkness that once threatened us has been dispelled, not through force, but through understanding and unity. We faced our fears and emerged stronger. Alder nodded in agreement, adding, let this be a reminder that our greatest strength lies in our community and our willingness to confront the unknown together. In the days that followed, the village began to heal. The forest, now a symbol of resilience, was no longer feared but respected. Children played near its edge, their laughter echoing through the trees. The villagers resumed their daily routines, their bonds fortified by the shared experience. Tomlin took on a new role as a guardian of the forest, ensuring that the balance between nature and the village was maintained. He worked closely with Alder to establish practices that honored the forest's sanctity while allowing the village to thrive. Together, they created a legacy of harmony and mutual respect. One evening, as the sun set, casting a golden hue over the village, a stranger arrived. Clad in simple robes, they introduced themselves as a traveler seeking knowledge. The villagers welcomed them, eager to share their story. As the traveler listened, a knowing smile crossed their face. Your tale is one of courage and unity, they said. It will inspire others beyond these woods. The traveler stayed for a time, documenting the village's journey and the lessons learned. Before departing, they gifted the villagers a book, its pages blank. Fill this with your stories, they encouraged. Let your experiences guide future generations. The villagers embraced the task, chronicling their history and the wisdom gained from their trials. Years passed, and the village flourished. The forest remained a revered presence, its mysteries respected and its gifts cherished. The book grew thick with tales of perseverance, unity, and the enduring bond between the villagers and the forest. It became a symbol of their resilience and a testament to the power of community. In the end, the village's story was not just one of overcoming darkness, but of embracing the light within themselves and each other. Their journey served as a reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, unity and understanding could lead to harmony and growth. And so, their legacy lived on, inspiring others to seek connection, face their fears, and find strength in togetherness.